45 seconds. $30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Not only that, but I didn't want it to get around school that I had, tried the popcorn game and very much did not succeed.
Well, at least you tried it, unlike anyone else.
Yeah, so
no one else.
Don't try it. Listen, for anybody, don't try the popcorn game. I think it truly is an urban legend that's never been completed. And I was the dumb one that think that you can actually get a handy through a popcorn deal.
Do you whack it with salt now?
No.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We are live. Not dead. Tuesday, April 15th. For a lot of you people that don't live in the state of Florida, which is probably 70% of our listening audience, it's probably tax day for you. I don't know. I got to think the people of South Carolina and suffered all that flood, all the people that had a natural disaster in their area this year, which there's been a lot, from the flooding of North Carolina.
And the fires.
Georgia. You're right.
They should have a break. I mean, they burned everything down. I mean,
they're worse than us.
Post offices, schools, everything.
We just got flooded. Well, I mean, I would say that the people in Madeira Beach and Treasure Island and all the, right there on the Gulf Coast, that literally, I know your father lives out there, but literally, they had to. The only thing that
we all felt the pain.
Yeah, we all had pain.
Yeah,
well, I'm looking at Dan right now. That's probably 200, 300,000 deep. Because he had hold on, I'm sorry. Because he had the best insurance you can buy.
Right.
And for some reason, sometimes you just got to go with the general, and the cheapest stuff works better than the best stuff, right, Dan?
Yeah, I got completely prison raped by my insurance company.
Now, are you going to? You have to. First of all, I want to sue everybody, and I'm not a lawyer. You've got to want to do something litigiously towards what they've done to you.
I mean, I had a $250 deductible, and I had about $250 in damaged. So it's kind of by contract. So they denied the roof, and I got a guy that says he's got the roof fixed. So I mean, the roof cost $30,000 instead of $300,000.
I know, but the bad thing about your roof is, I was talking to Fabrizio about it, and it's really, really, really rare. The roof, your roof is very rare.
Well, you can't find it anymore. They're Japanese porcelain tiles that are like impossible to duplicate.
Right, they're like $80 a tile.
Yeah,
I mean, and you got, for real, like most
stupid numbers.
Most people have clay tiles. If you have a colored roof like I did, I had a green colored roof.
Which are pretty, yeah.
But they're about $5 a tile, not 87.
Yeah, it's literally that much.
So they said F off on the roof because they refused to do it, and they said you have $251,500 of damage. We'll give you $1,500. I know this has been a big contention of your stress, but So anyway, talking about today being April 15th, the government will come in and give you like a 30, 60, 90-day reprieve on filing your taxes if if your area has suffered some type of act of God or think about this. We got it bad. We got it bad. But we didn't have every one of our possessions burned except for whatever you could put in your car burned to the ground. And listen, Dan, your roof is salvageable.
My house is livable still.
But if you're burnt to the ground,
you're screwed.
There's nothing.
Every picture, every important document, every memory, every memento, pictures of your father, just things that are irreplaceable are now gone, burnt right down to zero.
And even if a house floods really badly, the house structure is there.
Right.
The framing's there, the foundation's there, the roof is still there.
You could have, if you got major flooding, most places, some places have a second floor. And, usually the flooding's not so bad that it's clear up to the second floor. If it is, you're
done.
You could move almost everything, all valuables up to the attic or a second floor or something like that and hope that the storm surge doesn't take the house right off the foundation.
Right, and then you can rebuild and reframe and redo the drywall on the first floor, and it takes a couple weeks, and you're back in business. But if your house burns to the ground, it takes 2 years.
So my dentist, and you know him, Daniel McSherry,
mm-hmm.
he has a house right there on the water in Madeira Beach, from here to where the goats stay, from the water.
Vulnerable.
And he's currently, he's down to the studs. His house was paid for. Didn't necessarily have much insurance on it, because if your house is paid for, then you can kind of be self-insured.
Right. If you take that $15,000 or $20,000 a year they're charging you and add it up, 10 years, there hasn't been a storm like this in 10, 20 years.
There are people that have the deeds to their homes.
Right.
And so if that's the case, then when you get house insurance, you're insuring that home for the people that have a lien on it, meaning
for the loan, yeah,
for the bank or whoever borrowed you the money, lent you the money to buy that home. The insurance is to make sure they're whole in case something happens. But if you don't owe anybody anything on your house and you have a clear title deed, I don't think the state of, in fact, I know for a fact, because Fabrizi owns his free and clear, one of the very few. I think Tom Bean does too, and probably Jay. But anyway, I'm just saying, if you own it free and clear, Dan, the state of Florida does not require you to have house insurance.
But here's a caveat to that. I was told by some people that own their houses and made some FEMA claims that if FEMA comes in and pays a claim, they force you, the federal government now forces you to maintain flood insurance on that property.
That is correct.
See that?
Yeah, my dad has the same thing.
So your dad was outright. Your dad, who's a big high roller, was I own my place outright, Willie, right?
Yeah.
And so
FEMA came and then he was told not to, because then they can force you as insurance to them, flood insurance.
Can you imagine what flood insurance is going to be?
I think he said his was going to be like $25,000-$30,000.
Now, so they force you
if you take the FEMA money.
Yeah, if you take the FEMA money, dude, it's like making a deal with the devil.
But what if you don't take the FEMA money?
Then F off. You don't have to do anything.
Then it's not worth it. Then
I know, and that's why his dad said no.
Because here's the deal: one of these, okay, Seth, since you've lived here, since I've lived here, Dan, since you've grown up here, you and Lummy have lived here the longest. You the longest because you're older than Lummy. This is the storm of your lifetime. There's never been in the 50 some odd years that you lived. There's never been a storm more catastrophic than Milton that came in and did the damage that it did. So if you own your house outright,
Helene and Milton, the 1-2 punch.
And so why pay $1,500, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month on flood insurance when one of these storms comes around every 50 years?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you're just
no. It's a real argument, Bubba, and it's a risk assessment. These insurance companies do the same kind of risk assessment, and sometimes they get burned, and they have to cry to the government to bail them out after they've made billions of dollars on us. It's just shameful, the whole process. I feel badly for everyone that's had big losses. I have a loss that is big, but it's a livable loss. Again, if my house had been burned to the ground.
So I was talking about my dentist.
Done.
Dan McSherry. He lives right on the water. And he's down. I mean, it literally took his house right down to the studs. He's down to the studs. So what he had to do is and he didn't have insurance on it because he owned it outright. And so what he had to do is both of his kids are in college. So him and Dawn are empty nesters. And he has been very successful, a dentist of 30 plus years. And so dentists make $300,000, right, Dan? I mean,
I think you make more than that. Depends.
$300,000-$400,000
usually.
Guy's got such a practice that he doesn't accept new patients.
That's great.
I mean,
filled up.
And Dan, he takes Fridays off. Works Monday through Thursday. Takes Fridays off, making about $350-$400. So he's
good life.
So what he had to do is he had to go out, like I did, and buy a 31 or a 33-foot trailer.
Oh, no.
He parked that him and Dawn are living in this trailer in the driveway of their destroyed Madeira Beach home, Treasure Island, Madeira Beach, on there somewhere. And, every day that he gets off, he had to hire a guy to do nothing but general contract the house. And he's got trades in there every day rebuilding, and he's got to pay cash for it. I mean, he's got to pay out of his own pocket.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm doing now. It's painful.
You know what? The only difference between you and Dan McSherry is your house is a little bigger, and you're living in a carriage house, not a trailer.
Right.
Right?
And I've spent so much time there because literally my entire house has a little film of thin white dust from all the plaster work and all the drywall and all the sawing, and now they're painting the outside, so I'm half finished on the inside, and
so what would you say
on the outside.
Total completed percentage-wise, with regards to it being completely done, completely fixed, completely whole, inside and out? Would you say you're 60% done, 70?
I think I'm close to 70. Yeah, I mean, my carriage house has one more day or two with Lummy's guys, which have been a godsend.
The tile guys?
No.
These two
Lummy,
brothers.
because Merge Crick used your
two brothers.
No, you and Dan's tile guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, that tile guy.
She remodeled a bathroom out of her house, and she used the tile guys.
One
of the days that they couldn't make it was because they were finishing up on Dan's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bay City Crafters, is that?
Yeah, they're good guys.
So yeah, they've been really wonderful, and so we've gotten the carriage house buttoned up, and I really have only one or two projects left there. The main house, we're repainting it too, and so we had to reseal all the windows.
In and out?
Outside right now,
right.
And half the rooms inside had to be repainted.
I thought the outside texture was kind of like
it's brick.
Okay, it's brick. How do you paint brick?
You paint brick red, and you seal it first. So the whole house was gray a couple days ago with sealant. Because moisture was getting through the brick,
like a
spackle,
like a primer.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah.
I can send you a picture of it.
Well, it's like a primer, so it'll stick.
Right, and it also helps seal up the. First they sealed the cracks specifically, then they put the primer on, and then they put this red paint. And after a year, the grout and the bricks are a different color.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But the first year, it's kind of all the same color. So it wears out a little bit.
So 70% done on the deal.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point, Bubba. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm not gonna bitch and moan.
You're not in as bad of a mood.
No, I'm in a much better mood today.
I mean, you've really struggled and faked it quite well.
I've been trying to, and it's we all have our crosses to bear, and my cross is not as bad as a lot of others. So I'm not complaining anymore. I'm dealing with it. I'm gonna put on my big boy panties and do it.
Grateful, not hateful.
Yeah,
that's what Tom Bean used to tell me when I was on a bender. Let me yelling at everything in the world. Boy,
really?
Yeah, grateful, not hateful. Boy, I had so many things to be grateful for that I was actually hateful for. I wish I could go back and redo my life.
Yeah, but I'm still.
I wish I could go back and redo my life from about 2007.
But there's still a point where like I have a short fuse right now. I mean, I'm holding it together, but so I might take something small and then I'm going to go.
I'm race directing at Saturday night at my track, and now you don't understand when you're race directing, you're running the race. You are watching the race. You're making any cautions that get thrown. You're trying to assess who caused the caution. You're then working with the scorers to get everybody back up in line in the right running order. You're talking to the cleanup crew, the wrecker crew, Zach and the guys about getting, whatever cars are wrecked, hooked and into the infield as fast and efficiently as you can. You're reminding the racers, okay, the lights are down, 1 to go. So I mean, I got two walkie-talkies, one that talks to the crew and one that talks to the racers, and I'm going 1,000,000 miles an hour. And I got Naba, nice ass, bad attitude. Now, is she Jen or Jennifer?
She used to be Jen. Now she's Jennifer because we had another Jen.
Right.
But she's both.
Right. So that's a person in my life that no matter what I'm doing, I need to take her call or return her text because this is Dan's office assistant. She runs the show. She really does. Mm-hmm. I mean, she runs the show. If you want anything done, you can ask Dan, and Dan will be like, yeah, I'll do that for you. But he'll refer you to Jennifer. Am I right, Dan?
Yes.
Yes. Dan doesn't know what he's doing today at 3 o'clock. Jennifer will tell him what he's doing.
Exactly. She did it yesterday. She goes, you got to be someplace in 15 minutes. I'm like,
yeah. So my phone's ringing, and I miss a call. So she texts me, because I miss it because I'm in the middle of race directing. So I missed a call, and so she texts and says, oh, anytime you need a prescription called in, it's Johnny on the spot. But when I have a guy that's big time Bubba Army. He's with me and my husband. He can't believe that that I know you, and I wanted you to say hi to him.
Oh,
but you'll probably not call me back because you're an asshole. That's how she talks to me.
Right.
So we actually have a red. That's a wreck that's pretty bad. It's going to take about 10 minutes.
Like a red flag.
Yeah, it's a red. You have green, you have caution, you have yellow, and you have red. And you know the progressions of it being a racer. Green means we're racing. Yellow means there's some type of incident in the track, but you can keep rolling, but at a slow pace. And red means that the accident is either severe enough that we don't need cars rolling around the track that could potentially get in the way.
So, can I ask a question on the red flag?
Yeah.
Do you tell everyone to stop where they are, or do you clear the track?
With the red, I want you to roll. I want you to roll to a safe spot away from the wreck.
But you're not telling them to get completely off the track back into the pits.
No, it's just on the track.
Okay.
So there was a red, and the major pileup was in turn 1. Well, the guys that are coming up to so we throw the red, and so the guys that are kind of by the wreck, I tell them roll slowly past the wreck so my wreckers and everything can get in there. Why have a little break in the action? Because during a red, there's nothing I can really do. My wreckers need to clean it up, and the first thing we worry about, they call to the tower and let me know that both guys are okay. So we got that report. So once I get a report that the medics have cleared the drivers, now it's just about cleaning the mess off the track, which is going to take about 5 or 10 minutes. So I call Jennifer. I go, hey. She goes, what are you doing? I go, I'm at my racetrack, race directing. Oh, you were probably not going to call me back now, weren't you? I'm like, no, I was going to call you back. Why wouldn't I? She's like, well, anyway, I got one of my friends here who's a friend of my husband, and he's a big fan of the show, and la, 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 la. And so she put him on, and I said hi to him. They put me on speakerphone, and then I said hi to her husband as well. And I asked her husband, I said, hey, bud, do you know what your wife's nickname is?
Oh, God.
He goes, no. I go, she goes, Baba. I just figured I'd let her rip because it's not really, it's a compliment.
Yeah.
Kind of. Her name is Naba. Nice ass, bad attitude. Because I tell you, Dan can't comment on this because she's an employee, but I can. She's got a nice ass. She really does. And she's a very attractive woman. Very attractive. She's just really sassy and real smart assy. And so I said, your wife's nickname is Naba. Nice ass, bad attitude. He got a big kick out of that.
He laughed?
Yeah, he did.
Good.
He put it over, and she's like, okay, whatever. See you later now. Bye. So anyway,
well, thank you.
That was my Naba story. Secondly, somebody, I don't know who it was, and I want to say thank you for Seth Kushner, because as you know, the Seth Kushner only drinks core water. He likes the thickness of it, if you will. He likes the configuration of the phallic-like bottle, and he likes the thickness of the consistency of water.
Do you hold it with two hands when you drink?
No, I think he's a one-hander.
He's a one-hander.
Well, it's a two-hand. It's a two-hand deal. You pick it up with one hand, and then you got to screw the big. It's got a huge cap on it, and you got to unscrew the cap with your other hand.
Sometimes when I'm...
You okay there?
You okay, buddy?
Hey, do you need some core now?
You need some core?
Have a sip, kid.
Core it up, kid.
I guess who knew Bubba coughing on me for 2 weeks would have some
now,
sort of
would
effect
you
on
stop?
me.
Oh, come on, dude. You got like a
Come
cough blast
on.
between
Get
you.
out of here.
Come on, you're not bronchial, and you know you're
6
not.
feet.
I'm very bronchial over here.
6 feet.
So anyway,
Yeah, I was going to say when I'm really horny, I use two hands.
yes, it gives him more like he's got a big penis feel. It gives you a big penis. Doesn't it gives you a big D energy, does it not?
I need to...
Just the holding of the bottle makes you feel like you're really like you're Lexington Steel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Look at that bottle. Look at that bottle.
So you got one in your hand, you walk around all confident, chest out.
Exactly, poofed out. Yesterday, in between shows, I was actually taking about taking my 30-minute massage chair gimmick.
Yes.
Seth's in there working out, man.
Nice.
Wow.
Like yesterday was doing reverse delts and did some arms, and he's super quiet about it, very stealthy, keeps the lights down. But Seth, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass. I could care less what you think about me. But I got to tell you, I don't know if you're on a diet in conjunction with, every 2 or 3 days working out in the gym, but you do look like you're getting a little thicker, like muscle thickness.
Yeah, not fat.
No, not fat. I'd say fat if I meant fat. It looks like you're, kind of bulking up a little bit. Can you see gains in your weights, or do you feel a little bit more tighter?
Do I feel tighter? I mean,
Is your ass tighter?
I don't know how I don't know how my body feels.
How tight do you feel?
Next break or next time I leave, I'm gonna swole. Danny G is right. You're kind of getting swole a little bit. You're swole up.
Well, I mean, You've been
doing it now. What, about a month?
Yeah, I do weights here in between, podcasts on podcast days, and then I'll do it at the YMCA, and then I've been doing, I know Dan said it's not cardio or anything, but I've been doing some walking and everything. So
the walking, man.
It does burn some calories.
Walking for me and you.
I ended my walk with a run the other day.
Hold on.
Like
Like
a sprint.
Walking for 3 of us in this building can do something. Walking for the 2 guys in shape does nothing. Dan, could walk from here to Lakeland and it wouldn't do anything.
Could burn off a lollipop.
I mean, Dan's the kind of guy that drops off. Dan's the kind of guy that drops off his Tesla in Odessa and drives his $6,000 all carbon fiber, 12-speed bicycle down to Lutz Lake Fern Road to catch his son's football game, and then has Frankie's dad loaded up in his truck and take him back to the Goodyear shop. Lummy, I would be so Ubering that ride. I mean, do you think I would?
Yeah.
Lummy, do you think I would? And I even got an e-bike, and I wouldn't e-bike it.
It was a nice adventure.
Sure, it was.
Yeah, great. So's
Great.
an Uber.
And so's an Uber with no sweat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
nice AC.
I don't really sweat. I just glow.
So anyway, Seth, I can really tell. Next time I go by you today, I'm going to kind of give you a little trap, pinch.
Oh.
Just so I can get a bearing as to your swowness.
Right.
Lummy, did you see we just got a Venmo Willie?
No, it says you get me. Oh yeah, thank you, Seth. Seth Wiley, $20. Thank you.
Woohoo! Who was that?
Seth Wiley.
Oh, thank you, Seth Wiley. So anyway, somebody today or yesterday, man, Lummy, our front door was packed.
Yes, it was.
Aqua Beato came by and dropped off our. Lummy, we need to probably tell the Aqua Beato people to maybe double that. because we go through it. I go through probably 4 to 6 cans a day.
And are the cans more likely to be recycled? Is that true? I heard someone say that the other day.
Yeah, I think aluminum.
Is aluminum easier to recycle?
I think aluminum. Well, here's
likely.
here's the deal, Dan. Recycling is all about what the material you're recycling's worth. So, like the homeless people and the people like that, they'll go out and pick up an aluminum can and throw it in their little shopping cart.
And you can crush it.
And you can crush it, and you can get a little money for aluminum. They ain't giving you nothing for plastic.
Oh, really? So there's no sport in it?
I don't think I don't think there's any money in plastic. I mean, maybe if you have if you had a semi truck full of empty plastic bottles, that might be $10.
I heard recycling's all a lie, that they just all take the recycling and the garbage to the same place.
No,
and that it all gets mixed together.
Not with metals. Not with metals. Metals, they'll actually reheat. They'll put all into a big glob, and then they'll cook it, and make it. So.
But is the rest recycling a lie?
I think a lot of it is.
I think a lot of it is, Seth. I think they bury a lot of that plastic. I really do.
And the other thing is, back in the day when we didn't have to separate, they would separate.
I think they recycle glass too, don't they?
They try to. It's recyclable.
Yeah.
Glass, plastics.
So anyway,
metal,
can we find out? Can we find out who sent the Seth? Somebody sent us 2 cases of core water for Seth.
Yes, please send us an email.
It was addressed, of course, to Lummy because they figured, you're the.
I answered I get the stuff at the front.
You're the package guy. Lummy, I just ordered a brand new chair because this one, as you can witness.
Yes.
I think Greg and Amy bought this chair for me. Now listen, nobody out there buy me a new chair because I bought myself a new chair, and it should be coming here any day. Lummy, another Venmo.
Thank you.
Who's that from?
It's Seth Wiley.
Another Seth Wiley.
Seth for Seth.
Seth for Seth. Thank you. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, at the Bubba Army. So whoever sent Seth's core water, please take credit so we can give you some love.
Is there like a card or anything? I mean, how do you even know it's for me? They might just be sending water to the whole show.
Seth, you can send water to the show, but we're not going to drink it because we're sponsored by Aqua Beato. The one exception that we make is your water, which you prefer core.
Yeah.
And so nobody sends any other water other than the Aqua Beato truck, which comes here and gives it to it for free, or kind people send us core water, and that's just automatically we know it's free.
Oh,
now,
I know, but
I have before, and I'm sorry, but I have before had no water down here, and I've ripped off one of your cores.
Do you
remember I told you about it?
But I know, but it's sometimes people will say, "Hey, I'm sending core." Nobody reached out this time, but it's not my core. Like if it goes in the fridge, it's for everybody. I want everybody to. I know Aqua Beato is great, the official water of the 2025 NFL Draft, live from Green Bay, Wisconsin.
That's right.
Whatever that is, but I'd love everybody to try the core water. We
don't want to try your core water. We are committed to Aqua Beato. You're the lone wolf that likes core. And if you're the lone wolf that only consumes core, then your core will last longer. Because if you open up your core to the heathens around here, you won't have much core left.
But do you know that I want everybody to be quenched?
We appreciate your generosity. We appreciate your efforts in making sure that we're hydrated with your core if needed. But we're going to drink the Aqua Beato until we will only dip into your core if we don't have any more Aqua Beato.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
And if you can't find out who did it, you can always get like a skywriter out there to just say, thank you for the water, Seth.
That's right.
Anyway, somebody please take credit for whoever sent Seth's core.
Somebody take credit.
Big fat,
put like
super fat
signs
Bubba fat Bubba Lights and call them like, hey man, yeah, no problem. I'm the one that sent it. Yeah, no problem. Lummy, we're running into a little bit of a conundrum. We have a Bubba 199. Is it not this? No, it's the 25th.
Yes.
It's your birthday one, isn't it?
It's my birthday one. Yes. Bubba 199, my birthday one. And I think are we working on getting T-Quest? Or is he not available?
He is not available.
Now, could T-Quest
working on that
make us one?
That's what we're working on.
And I pay him?
Oh, well, yeah. I was just going to have him, yeah.
Well, no, tell him I'll pay him.
What happened to DJ Mix and Macho?
Well, DJ Mix and Macho, just like, it's exhausting to sit up there for 2 hours and make sure you play the right music. And
he doesn't look like he's in shape for that.
No, he is in shape for that. He just wants.
But he has to do technical things too, doesn't he?
Oh, okay.
He wants a night off.
Okay.
He really does. And so, Lummy, I'll text you a number, but tell T Quest that I'll pay him.
Okay.
And it's just a 2-hour deal.
Yeah, we were talking about it. He knows, but I'll let
Why don't
him
we
know.
go big for your birthday? Get Funkmaster Flex.
I don't even know who that is.
Wow. Okay, probably one of the greatest DJs ever.
Really?
Wasn't he with Run DMC?
No, he's
That's
with
Jam Master J.
Yeah, he was with Hot 97. Jam Master J, R.I.P.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think we can afford him. We have a very limited budget. What we need, though, is what we do need, though, is we need people to start reserving your spot for Bubba 199 April 25th.
Yes.
Like to get some chicks up in here. Obviously, we'll have the Merch Crick. We'll have Maria Guatemala. We'll have Teese. We'll have Susan Poitras. We'll have Ashley. I'm sorry. We'll have, Ashley's always invited, Lummy.
Yes.
She's usually got to watch the little guy.
Yes, thank
But
you.
we'll have Not a Fan. But, we haven't had Wizzy in here for a while. Again, any females much appreciated.
I feel like Heather Wiz always gets called out personally.
What do you mean?
When she doesn't show?
Well, I mean, you're like,
she's such a good. First of all, she's Hall of Fame, and I think she's
a busy gal.
She's a 7-ringer. I think so. Is she a 7-ringer?
No, but
Okay.
she's close.
She's a 6-ringer.
Hierarchy sent the core water.
Oh,
Hierarchy.
man. Hell of a guy.
I mean, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, along with some
Hall of Famer Hierarchy.
some monsters, but the monsters haven't arrived yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you.
Hierarchy
He's a guy.
65. Love you guys. So if you want to from Bob Cook, to Little Wilbur's Afterbirth, to the Nashes, to Big Red, to Creatine Travis, Creatine. Why don't you? And I know you got family in the Ocala up there. Why don't you get somebody that you can trust to watch your 6 kids and come down here with your beautiful wife and enjoy a Bubba 199?
Yes.
I mean, you got all those hotel points and stuff from Target. You can get, he has like 1 million hotel points.
He's such a nice guy, too.
Can we do the thing that Lummy did for his 40th birthday where everybody that shows up that night has to dress like you?
No. It'd just be everybody having a pillow in your belly is all it would be.
I don't know. I mean, it would just be. It would just
They could be more creative than that.
No, I would prefer that not.
Well, I know you would prefer not, but I mean, I'm just saying, on camera.
No.
What about the essence of it? I think could really, bring people in.
I prefer not, though.
Oh,
buddy.
I know you prefer not. I'm not.
Do they make a Bubba mask?
No, let's not get into that. Let's have a good time. Let's try to get some hot chicks in here. And
what do you mean hot chicks? Because last time I suggested strippers just because it was the obvious, and that kind of got shot down by.
Well, here's the thing,
What do you?
Strippers have ruined it for themselves in the past here.
Strippers strippers can't quite wrap their head around the concept that I'm being paid to sit here and look hot and kind of dance around a little bit, and I don't have to take any clothes off. They cannot comprehend that.
So what do you want? Some Instagram girls or something?
I don't know. We can probably walk through this, off air in some way, shape, or form. It's probably boring for those listening to the show. Our Bubba 199
I'm
woes.
sure people love to hear how we're going to wrangle a bunch of hot chicks that we don't know into a studio on a Friday night.
Yeah,
I'm very
to celebrate
interested in
a 59-year-old fat ass's birthday.
Yeah,
I don't think that's very appealing to most chicks, to be honest with you. Probably just one, my girlfriend. That's it. I mean, if we really were to break it right on down, does Not a Fan really want to be here? Probably not. Does OFF really want to be here? Probably not. Heather Wiz has shown that she doesn't want to be here.
Oh, man.
Right?
So mean.
Maria Guatemala, you know what? I really think she likes being here because she just likes showing those. She likes showing Lummy those teas, and she likes being naughty.
Yes.
And she likes bossing her husband around.
And she likes having fun, and they're usually fun. You know? I mean,
she's
your
fun.
Bubba 199s are fun, and she likes fun.
Yeah. So anyway, Lummy's asking me for everybody, even the obvious that we know, like Mitch the Mushroom Mark, and things like that, even those that we would expect to be here, to please put, your RSVP in for the Bubba 199, my birthday celebration.
I'm trying to get a head count for
trying
Big
to
Red.
get a head count. Where does Allie and her husband live?
Ohio?
Oh yeah, okay.
I don't think they're gonna make it.
Yeah.
You want to fly him in, Bubba?
No.
Like it's a Super Bowl, start flying hose in.
I got very, 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 very bad news from the IRS yesterday. They denied my offer of compromise. Now I'm right back to zero.
What?
This is, you know what is so,
as soon as they think you got money, they're like, nope,
Listen to this. Here's what's so absolutely positive. I got to go into words. But here's what's so absolutely just boggles my mind. There's really no way. I mean, between your bank account and between, you can't hide money. And so let me remember when I was trying
You're not Italian. I mean, you can hide money.
Well, you can't.
There's an art to it.
If you stocks and bonds and crypto, you can't hide.
Not anymore.
You can't.
You used to be able to hide the crypto.
So, Lummy, when I was trying to build up my crypto and try to build up some stocks and was getting I was trying to take like $50 or $100 a week and try to put it away. And I was, so I had $65,000 over 3 years. Over 3 years, I had saved about $65,000 in crypto and in stocks and things.
Which is awesome.
Yeah. Well, it was. I was feeling really good.
Yeah.
So then this IRS situation happens. And they're like, I have to retain an IRS attorney. And the IRS, they wanted $47,000, and my retainer for my attorney was $20,000. So I had to sell all of my crypto, all of my stocks, and I had to pay my attorney. And I had to pay the IRS, the first down payment. Well, I sold everything I had. I sold everything I had. So they sent us back a letter, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago.
Guys, no question, this is irrelevant. Was the 47 the full amount or the compromise?
No, the 47 was the downstroke. And then we're going to the compromise.
Oh, boy.
Oh, okay. It was that deep.
Yeah.
Because I was about to say, why would you spend $20 on a $47,000
Yeah,
problem?
because it's a bigger problem.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to clarify.
Yeah.
To understand.
47 was like, hey, we need 47 to start this process. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. So I literally sell everything I owe. I'm sick to my stomach. Sick to my stomach, Lummy. At that time, I sold my Bitcoin at like 29,000, and I bought it for 30. I lost money on. I had to sell it.
But at least you had a piggy bank.
Well, but hold on. So this is what sucks. So within days, you can see my Truist. I bank predominantly at Truist, so you can see my Robinhood and my Coinbase stuff. Lummy, me cash out. Like on the 10th, and then on the 12th, you see my payment to my lawyer, and you see my payment to the IRS. And literally, those two amounts equate to within like $400 of what I cashed out on.
Jeez.
Okay?
Yes.
So they've been going back and forth. Well, where's that $65,000 of stock? We're like, he sold it. Here's the Robinhood statement. Here's the Coinbase statement. And you can see, here's the canceled check to his IRS attorneys. And here's the canceled check to y'all. And you can see that it's all within 3 or 4 days of each other. And you can see that it's within a couple $100. I was actually short. You can see it's within a couple hundred. The total that he cashed out is within a couple hundred of these two amounts. So we've been explaining this to them. They sent me back this long letter yesterday. Your offer of compromise has been rejected because we feel you're hiding stocks and crypto. And I'm like, what? Where am I hiding it?
Where's your lawyer in all this?
He's drawn. He's fighting these guys, and they're like, you can appeal. So you know what I'm thinking about doing? I'm just going to be completely transparent. This has nothing to do with the Bubba Radio Network. Bubba Radio Network's compliant. We're fine. We pay our quarterly taxes, our escrow employee taxes. Now I got unemployment taxes to pay.
You're going to put up $47,000 worth of pennies on the IRS steps?
No, I'm going to file bankruptcy.
Oh.
I'm going to file personal bankruptcy.
That doesn't do anything but delay it.
Yeah, no. IRS debt that's older than 3 years is dischargeable.
Really?
So I'm going to think, okay, guys, you know what?
F off.
You won't. And listen, here's the deal. All I have is a truck payment. Yeah. They can't take your truck and they can't take your vehicle and they can't take your house in personal bankruptcy. Well, first of all, I don't have a house. And second of all I have is a truck. So what are you going to take? What do I got? I don't got nothing. Oh, you want to take my Crown Vic? Take it.
What if they know that you're hiding those Reggie White pants?
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Stompy 62, Miracle Boy 3, Street Glide Street, Cherry Head 323, Lordy. 62 and 2006 Monty, Scott Morning, Cooper Lips, Trey, Shelby, Pal 420, King Powers, Rick James, Big Greasy, Kenny Jean, Faku, FJ Bar, Buzzard Pop, Snook Slayer.
Thank you guys. I'll be here all day and all night. What's up, Neil? What's up, Yenzer?
Film Mafia Production.
Skeens to Henry Davis, the first battery of #1 overall picks. Great story. Great story.
Trump's my Lord and Savior.
What's up, Mitch? What up, Dave? Andy?
Dave Rock.
What's up, Mr. Unsavory?
CC Hall, 843 Bubba, Bart Hutchison, Stacy G. Thank you.
What up, Cash? Michael Bourne, K-Dog, Tom.
Trump's my Lord and Savior. I like saying that. Seth Money.
What up, Powwow 843? How about JD Vance in Ohio State?
TimTalking.com. Cherry Head. Tim Talking. Miracle Boy. Mitch, they replaced all 4 tires. And then they might as well have used hairspray as adhesive.
I'd say wear a Bears jersey. They're universally loved. And we all feel bad for each other.
Yeah, Caviar Tacos, good morning. There's the 69, 843. Good morning.
What's up, JC?
Nick Pagano. I didn't realize it was Coachella. Oh my god, next year.
I'd wear a Green Bay jersey and a MAGA hat, and I think everything should be okay.
I know. And Mitch, I literally put my hand inside of another one to feel how well it was glued in. and it's literally glued in like with a dot of VS glue. I could literally pull it up with my fingers with no problem
What
whatsoever.
up, Nick?
It's a horrible design. Nothing sticks to rubber.
How dare you?
It's greasy. 30. There we are.
Browns are going to get a chance to shine with the number 2 pick.
Who's it going to be, bud?
Travis Hunter,
Who's going to be number 1?
Cam Ward.
The other quarterback.
Cam Ward, the Titans. And the Titans.
Titans. Titans. Damn right, WrestleMania week. What's Butterfingers, Tim? I'm not sure. Oh, pigmentation all the time.
Street, 44 months.
Man, Rio is fucking getting buck wild in Mississippi. I took a couple screenshots of some big old asses I gotta show him.
This is with you on that one. One shot of Panda 1.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Don't forget, if you would like to attend Bubba 199, Friday the 25th, contact Lum Lum.
Please.
Almost 1,000 watching on YouTube, Facebook, X, Twitch are the platforms that you can see us live. Lummy, have you tried to get that meeting with
Yes.
with the big wig Willie?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to him.
Yeah, I'll talk to you after what they came back with. It's good.
Oh, you already have spoke with them and got a preliminary yippee-o?
Yes.
Is it?
It's good.
Well,
It's just over video.
What?
The first one over video. He's in Washington, D.C. for the next couple weeks.
Oh, okay.
They have an office up there.
Are they bending the knee?
Of course they are.
So I've been wanting to talk about this for a little bit, not from a political stance, but just from a pop culturally stance. I mean, listen, you can, whether you're a Republican or Democrat, you have to at least agree that pop culturally the Obamas are, pop culturally important, pop culturally popular, pop culturally polarizing. He was success. He was, obviously popular enough to be a 2-term president. So, that says something. There was always speculation about his relationship with his wife. I wasn't particularly a fan
of Michelle.
Of Michelle.
What about all that? Those rumors about what?
She was a man.
Yeah.
Nah, I think that's just
people being dicks.
mean-spirited assholes.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to go through the first ladies of my lifetime, it would probably, I don't even know, what was it, Lady Bird Johnson? Who was Lyndon, because Kennedy got killed in 64?
63? 5?
I don't know when Kennedy got killed, but I wasn't born yet. So if you were looking at the presidents and the first ladies under my lifetime, it would be Lyndon B. Johnson, who supposedly had big testicles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and a big Johnson.
Yeah, and a big penis.
Yeah, and wasn't his wife Lady Bird?
Yeah,
I don't know that she really did anything. I heard she was an alcoholic and depressed all the time.
Claudia.
A lot of politicians drink a lot. Did you ever notice that?
Yeah,
They're all big drinkers because they do all these parties and fundraisers and they drink at them. They're huge drinkers.
She made it to 94.
Did she make it to 94?
Yeah.
So I can't really judge her. Pat Nixon, I think
that was her name.
I think her name was Patricia Nixon.
Thelma Pat Nixon.
Yeah, she was pretty much I mean, she was married to Richard, and he was a dick.
Right.
I mean, Richard Nixon was a dick.
Mm-hmm.
Although, listen, a lot of people don't give Richard Nixon the credit. He single-handedly went in there and stopped the Vietnam War.
He did. He did help end it. I mean, we kind of ended it with a little bit the same way we kind of ended Afghanistan. It wasn't like a real pretty ending.
I mean, I think he had negotiations with China. I think he's one of the first presidents to have a relationship with China.
He's the best dick pic ever with his like double peace sign.
Yeah, when he was out.
Yeah, when he was out on the helicopter.
When he was leaving,
best dick pic of all time.
That when he was leaving, man, and he really gave it like a big, like he gave it a big over the top piece gimmick. Two doubles. He gave a double piece gimmick. But so Pat Nixon, I heard she drank a lot. So then you go to I don't even know who Gerald Ford's wife.
Elizabeth Betty Ford.
Yeah, she's nothing. Now is that the Betty Ford Clinic?
Yep.
Oh, she must have been. I think she had all kinds of issues.
Right. They all do, man.
If they name a rehabilitation clinic after your wife, she might have been a little bit of a problem. So then we go to Jimmy Carter, Rosalind Carter. She was a non-factor, stupid, just like her husband. So then you go.
He's actually smart.
So then he's
actually a smart guy. I know he came across as stupid and just a goofy, dumb farmer, a peanut farmer. He was actually a really smart guy.
Well, he didn't do very good at the country.
I know. He's a weak president, but he was a smart man.
So
nice guy.
Then you go to, then you probably go to, one of the more popular, beloved first lady, and that was Nancy Reagan. And that was, a lot of her popularity was just because of her husband. But people don't realize, man, if you dig into Ronald Reagan, he was pretty shady. He was, the Iran, Contra scandal.
Yeah, he was gone by then. He was Biden by then. He had no idea what was happening.
I understand.
He was suffering from significant dementia.
He was still in office. It's still on his tab. Oliver North took one for him. G. Gordon Liddy took one for him.
And that spot where all that stuff happened is one of the greatest surf spots in this hemisphere. It's called Ollie's Point. It's where they used to dump the arms for Oliver North. And it's an amazing surf point.
Didn't Oliver North go to prison for Ronald Reagan?
Mm-mm.
Yes, he did.
He didn't go to prison. He testified and took the heat, but I don't think he went to prison.
Oh, hold on. Good morning, Alexa. Alexa, good morning. Alexa, good morning.
Good morning. Leonardo da Vinci, famed artist, mathematician, scientist, engineer, and inventor, was born on this day in 1452.
1452.
He was the original Renaissance man.
Who cares?
And his accomplishments include painting the world's most famous painting. That's one heck of a LinkedIn profile.
Yeah.
He's probably the smartest man that walked the face of the earth.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Leonardo da Vinci?
Since Jesus, he's probably the most important guy that's walked across this planet.
Didn't he lay on his back and
that's the other guy that did the Sistine Chapel.
Well, yeah, okay. Who was that?
That was God, I can't believe it. Michelangelo.
Michelangelo, didn't he lay on his back for like 5 years and paint in the Sistine Chapel?
Yes, it was.
Is that in Italy?
That's in Italy. Yes.
Yeah. Have you been to Italy?
Yes.
You have?
Mm-hmm. Been to the Sistine Chapel.
Did you go back and try to find relatives?
No, it wasn't that kind of trip. It was a trip to go to like the major fun areas, like Rome, Florence, Venice.
You think he just starts knocking on the doors of villages?
Hey, I'm here.
Hey, I see that your name's Diaco.
It's gonna be like vacation when like that cousin with the RV rolls up.
I just want to let you know that we're holding it down over here in the U.S. I'm a doctor. My friends are lawyers. My brothers.
Yeah, if I go back to my family,
dad was one hell of a man. He was a coach and a doctor.
If I go back to my family, at least because I did something really, 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 really bad here, and I'm running from the authorities, that would be the only reason for me to do that.
What's the coolest? What's the coolest style? What's the coolest country in the world?
Italy.
No, you're not. Stop, Dan. You're shot out of a cannon.
Every category.
I think you had four monsters already. Chill out. You don't even know what I'm going to ask. You don't even know what I'm going to ask.
I know.
I didn't ask what's the coolest country in the world for pizza and for pasta and for greaseback Italians. I asked if you did. You started to talk about that if you did something really, really, really bad where you needed to go and hide, you'd go to Italy and live with your relatives. The problem you have there is I think Italy has an extradition program with United States.
Yeah, if they can find you, yes.
So which which country, what's the coolest country that you can live in that doesn't necessarily have a extradition problem. There are countries that will not work with the United States in extraditing a person, back from their country to, if U.S. authorities, want you to necessarily release you from, and let them come and get you. What, Lummy, you might need to.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, go ahead.
Bolivia.
That's a good place.
That's not that safe.
Zimbabwe.
Very not cool.
Ecuador.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Iceland.
Oh, yeah. That's better. That's where I'm going, Iceland, because it's green.
Yeah, but hold on. We're trying to get it. I mean,
I thought we were trying to get Greenland.
Yeah, Greenland.
Oh, okay.
Greenland's huge, and it's filled with ice, and it's like desolate.
Hold on.
But Iceland's actually temperate.
Mike Tidwell, our old pilot, he used to ferry Cessna 172s over to England, and they would configure the whole back seats with gas tanks so he could make it over. It was people that bought, brand new Cessna 172s, and they're made here domestically, and you can't, the only way to get him there is to configure him this way. So he would make like $2,500, $3,000 per. And then they would just fly him back commercially. But one of the stops, like you have to fly like clear to Maine. Then you got to fill all your gas tanks up, which is both tanks, both stock tanks, which are in the wings. And then they got they ship the new owner of the Cessna 182 or 172. They ship you the back seats.
Because they're
and the passenger seat, they ship those to you, and you have to have them installed at a Cessna dealer. But everything else except for the pilot seat is all gas tanks, so that you can make it that far. And so, but one of the stops is Iceland, and so you go up to Maine. I forget one of the most remote parts of northern Maine. You'd fill up there. And then you'd have more than enough to get to Iceland. You'd pull into Iceland, fill up, and this is before he's married. He's got a lovely wife now. But before he was married, he said Iceland, the culture, and I know I've told this story before. I know I have, so I apologize. I'm not getting old and forgetting and retelling stories so everybody could F off. I'm just, a lot. Listen, it's like almost top 40 radio, Lummy. They play the same hit every 45 minutes because your audience churns. Yeah. So, 45 minutes ago, there's not the same audience that's here now. So, and when I told this story last time, chances are maybe some people weren't listening. He said that the culture of Iceland, first of all, it's like, with America, I literally think it's like 50.2 women and like 49.8 men. Like it's real close on men to women ratio. It's real close. Whereas Iceland, I was told, it's like 2 points.
Not anymore.
Oh, it's not?
No.
What is it now?
Males actually it's 51 to 48.
Men?
51.2 to 48.79.
Men's?
Yep.
Now they got to start killing men again in Iceland.
Yeah. So anyway, okay, so take that equation. Take that out, which I'm misinformed on. But supposedly, now let me maybe you can bing this. Supposedly, it is Iceland culture for the woman to be the aggressor, and she walks up to the dude, and it's completely opposite of what we have here.
It's like Florida versus Florida State.
Well, is that how it is?
At Florida, University of Florida had especially when I was there, it had a predominance of guys. So it was just all guys, and so there was lots of fights and stuff like that. But at Florida State, you go to a party and it would just be literally like groups of girls talking to each other, waiting for a guy to walk in, and they would just attack them.
Yeah. So anyway, the culture is for the woman to be the aggressor in Iceland. So this is before he was married, he would go there and always spend the night and always get laid. Go down to the hotel bar and always get laid. He said 10 out of 10 times get laid by a hot chick. So yeah, so Lummy, Iceland doesn't recognize U.S. extradition.
Yes.
Is anyone living on Iceland a cousin to each other? I mean, aren't they like all?
Who cares? They're not cousins to us.
Yeah.
So now, what was that? Remember when we had McAfee on? I'm sorry, what's the antivirus guy?
Yeah, Pat McAfee.
Not Pat McAfee, the punter, you dumbass.
Well, they have pretty similar names.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
The McAfee virus guy.
They just spell their last names differently.
And was he in Belize?
Yes.
And I don't think they have an extradition.
I think they do now.
Oh, they do now?
Yeah, because they're not on this list. Nicaragua's another one.
No, I'm not going there.
Switzerland.
Ooh,
oh, really?
Danny, we're going to Switzerland.
They're EU too. I'm surprised.
Yeah. So now, what
about like Serbia and Bosnia?
When you don't have an extradition program, Dan, does that mean that maybe they won't let the U.S. people come get you, but maybe they will, or is it lock, stock, and barrel? You can't get these guys.
It's 99% they're not going to come after you. I mean, if you're a really, 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 really bad guy, U.S. is coming after you. They don't care where you are. You could be in London and they're going to come after you. I mean, they invaded Pakistan to take Osama bin Laden.
Here's the deal: if you're just kind of wanted, they're not going to send SEAL Team 6 over to come get you. They're just going to let you stay there and whatever. But if it depends, and if
you killed a lot of people, you killed someone famous, or you embezzled $500 million, but they're coming after you still, yes.
If you screwed grandma on her rental condo, and you're wanted for embezzlement or something like that on that type of level,
zero chance.
They're not going to
zero.
But if you've done something bad enough, the U.S. doesn't even care what kind of policy it has. It comes in the stealth of the night and comes and gets you.
Yeah, and they will get you. If they want you, they will get you.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know how I got down that path, but anyway, Ronald Reagan. Let me look and see. I know I was going to ask. I was going to ask Alexa. Hey, Alexa, did Oliver North go to prison for Ronald Reagan?
Yeah.
Hey, Alexa, did Oliver North go to prison?
Let me bing.
Yeah.
He had a 3-year suspended prison term.
Dan, I'm right.
So he was sentenced but never went.
Yeah.
So we're both right.
2 years probation.
They sentenced him to 3 years and suspended it and gave him 2 years of probation. So really, he didn't get any prison time.
Back to our first ladies. So Nancy Reagan, remember she was the just say no to drugs deal. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, our country was the one that was providing crack to urban L.A. so we can bust African American black guys. Remember, we introduced the FBI and the CIA under Reagan's leadership introduced crack cocaine into the inner city so that we could fund the Iran-Contra scandal. There's all kinds of documentaries.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, so we could fund Iran-Contra? They introduced crack into America.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
That's what I think. I could be wrong. I've been known to be wrong a lot.
No, you're usually right.
Can you bing that?
That's a tough one. If that's true, that's disgusting. It's so disgusting. And they nailed those kids.
Chat might know.
They nailed those kids with penalties.
I know that we introduced crack into Los Angeles in the inner city for some reason. I don't know what it was, to circumvent something. But I thought I saw a documentary where we introduced crack in the early 80s into Los Angeles so that we could wash the money that we were getting from the Iran-Contra arms scandal. And I'm sure Lummy's binging it at 1,000, but I mean, I think somebody said look up freeway Ricky Ross.
Yeah.
It looks like. Hold on. Dan, it looks like I pulled one out of my ass, and people are saying I'm right. I'm right about this. And do you know how many it got? I mean, as soon as you did crack, you were hooked on it, and so then they would bust.
Literally, the first time you did it, it would be that addictive.
Then they would bust these African American guys and put them in the prison system and get them, and that's when we started privatizing our prisons, so it kept our prisons full.
And the thing about crack is that most guys that do crack burn out by the time they're in their 30s. So crack wasn't like a lifetime of addiction. It was like a 10-year thing, and then you'd kind of go through a cycle, and then you'd eventually stop. And I think all these guys are in jail for 30, 40, 50 lifetime sentences.
Tom Lemon said that I'm half right. Well, let me get.
It's looking like cocaine was what they were using. They were getting the money out of Nicaragua, the cocaine in Colombia to fund the Contra.
Dan, I'm right.
Yeah,
I'm right, Dan. How about that?
But cocaine and crack are completely different.
No.
I'm not calling you right on that.
I am going to call me right because they freebased cocaine and turned it into crack. Eventually, they turned cocaine into crack.
And who's they?
The government.
So you're saying the government is the one that discovered, invented, and created crack.
Hold on, just like Philip Anthony says, started as coke, then crack hit.
Yeah.
It started as coke, and then they went to crack because crack was easier to conceal. A crack rock is easier to conceal than a half a baggie of coke.
It's more condensed.
Yeah, and it's more powerful. Because when you're
freebasing is not crack too, and I think Bubba, I think we're splitting terms.
Here's the deal: crack is more powerful because you're burning off all the junk that they put in it, and you're getting straight cocaine. That's what I always thought. Freebasing and the derivative of that was crack. In order to get crack, you had to freebase cocaine. And that got you crack, and crack was a purer form of cocaine.
I know a guy that cooked 325 grams of cocaine into crack and went to prison for life.
Is he still there?
I got him out.
You did?
Hell yeah. Because it was, I obviously, I've had some criticisms of Obama's administration, but he did do something that was quite noble, and it's called the Holder Memo, where he made it a mandate and said there's too many kids in jail right now that got overcharged, over-prosecuted, and over-sentenced for crack-related crimes. And so you have a guy that for not 325 grams, $325 worth of crack. He went to jail for life for $325 worth of drugs. Do you think that's appropriate?
No, not at all.
And so, nor do I. And these kids were just literally thrown in jail, and the keys were thrown away. And I do agree, a lot of it was the influence of the privatization of prisons.
Yep.
As well as the draconian drug laws that Joe Biden and the Reagans and that whole era of politicians were popularizing because they were trying to feed that system. And it resulted in a lot of young black men wrongfully in jail for decades.
And it started with Ronald Reagan.
Yes.
It started with Ronald Reagan.
Started in the 80s.
I mean, let's Republican versus Democrat. Let's throw that right on out. Mm-hmm. Ronald Reagan, a two-time Republican president, he's the one that started the Just Say No deal, but under his leadership and his presidency, we introduced cocaine into the inner city of Los Angeles so that we could, the privatization of prisons, and so that we could bust young African Americans and put them in prison for 20 years. So moving right along, First Lady-wise, then you go to Barbara Bush. I mean, please. My God, she had to be the ugliest first lady in the history of first ladies.
Really?
Oh my God. I mean, do they not have their own? I got to think at the White House, they got a bowling alley, they got an indoor pool, did you know at the White House they have their own dentist office, they have their own operating room, they have their own hair salon. You don't think she couldn't gone down to the White House hair salon and said, "Can you put some brunette in, or am I going to be a cotton top all my life?" Her hair made her look 80.
Her hair wouldn't have done a damn thing. I mean, you could have put on any sort of weave on her, it wouldn't have changed anything.
She was just butt ugly.
She was old, man. Like
she was old.
She was.
Was she ugly as a kid, though?
She might have been the most.
She's a handsome woman.
She might have been the most homeliest first lady of our lifetime.
Oh yeah, easy.
Well, obviously Melania is the hottest
by far.
Okay, then
not even close.
Then you go to George W. Bush and Laura Bush. She was like conservative Little House on the Prairie, like
she was pleasant looking.
Yeah, she was, but
There's nothing wrong with her.
She didn't really. You know what? George had her trained. Listen, you need to sit down and shut up. Like she didn't really say much. You know what I'm saying? Nancy
and she was
Reagan,
pretty smart too.
Nancy Reagan was out there just say no to drugs and having a press conference every day. Laura Bush wasn't doing nothing. And then you go to Hillary Clinton.
Well, she was before the Bush, Hillary, but
Hillary Clinton. But listen, I got to tell you, the Hill Dog looked pretty. She looked pretty sporty when she was the first lady of Arkansas. She was not a bad looking woman.
Time was not kind to her.
Well, I mean, she's older than hell.
Well, some people are old.
But she was cute. I mean, I don't know, and I've been told that she was a lesbian, which even makes it hotter. But I'm just telling you right now. I mean,
she had those softball thighs.
I mean, Hillary Clinton, probably next to Melania.
Really?
Is hold on.
Laura Bush.
In our lifetime, you think I rank it Melania, Hillary Clinton?
I go Melania, Laura Bush.
Yeah, Laura Bush was a nut.
Jill Biden was not unattractive.
Jill Biden?
She was not unattractive. You're right. She was not unattractive. As a kid, she was beautiful.
Yeah, well,
actually, you know what? I'm putting Jill 20s. Biden in second place.
Okay.
Even though I can't stand that she was so deified as a first lady. But she was a really pretty kid.
Anyway,
she was babysitting for Biden before she became his husband.
Surprisingly, there's been some very, very public things that former President Barack Obama has attended, including Jimmy Carter's funeral, and a couple other things that Michelle Obama did not attend. Some very, very public things. I think Jimmy Carter's funeral was one of them where all the first ladies were there. All the living first ladies were there.
Yeah, well, she was having prostate surgery probably.
And she was obviously not there. Then there was the inauguration. She was not there. And there's been speculations that her and Barack are getting a divorce. And I guess she addressed that here.
People think I'm being catty by saying this. It's like there were 10 years when I couldn't stand my husband.
The state of Barack and Michelle Obama's relationship has always sparked curiosity. And lately, the chatter's only gotten louder. From divorce speculation to bizarre rumors like Barack dating Jennifer Aniston. It's been a lot.
What? Barack dating Jennifer Aniston? That'd be hot.
Ooh.
Wow.
Black on blonde.
And now the former president has made a surprising...
Yeah, I can't even do my Barack Obama impersonation. Just want to let you know, I'm getting rid of that. I'm getting rid of that manly Michelle, and I'm hooking up with a real woman, Jennifer Aniston. We're going to have us some creamsicled babies.
Now, she's aged perfectly. Oh. Jennifer Aniston, who was not the prettiest girl when she was in that show.
I got to tell you this right now. You as a plastic surgeon owe it to yourself and to your profession to find out who her plastic surgeon is,
right,
and become his friend.
Well, she had good Greek blood.
Well, and become his friend and say, hey, buddy, I'm in Tampa. I can't compete with you. Can you tell me what the hell you're doing to her? What type of treatments you're doing? What type of procedures you've done? Because you can tell she's had her lips done. You can tell she's had some work done.
Yeah,
but she looks
fantastic.
Let me try to find me a modern day Jennifer Aniston.
Because she's in her 50s, and she looks fantastic. Whereas the brunette, who looks so pretty in the show, did not age
Courtney
as well.
Cox.
Courtney Cox did not age as well.
About the state of his marriage. Let's get into it. According to the Daily Beast, Barack recently told Hamilton College president Stephen Tepper, I was in a deep deficit with my wife, so I have been trying to dig myself out of that hole by doing occasionally fun things. It's not the first time he's opened up.
In a deep deficit with your wife. You guys might want to use that one.
Deep deficit.
Honey, I'm sorry.
Fun things include glory holes.
Honey, I'm so sorry. I've been in a deep deficit with you. Let's do some fun things. Like, how about giving me some oral? That sounds fun.
Yeah, how about pegging me?
About the string.
What?
It's Obama saying.
Oh, I thought you were talking about first person.
No.
His presidency put on their relationship. Serving back-to-back terms from 2009 to 2017 took a toll, something he's acknowledged in past interviews.
Man, if you look at all presidents, from the day they got inaugurated to the day they left office, man, being a president really, really... Is it stress, Dan? Is it?
Yeah, the aging is dramatic. How they age. I mean, most presidents are working, 24/7. They're not just sleeping all the time.
I want a president to get high and not worry about it. You're like, I'm high.
That was
whatever,
JFK.
2023 conversation with CBS News, Barack praised Michelle for being forgiving of his shortcomings.
It sure helps to be out of the White House. and to have a little more time with her.
Right.
Michelle has also been refreshingly honest about the realities of their marriage.
She likes
In
standing
December
behind him.
What?
She likes standing behind him.
2022, she revealed that during the years when their daughters Malia and Sasha were little, she couldn't stand her husband for a whole decade.
Marriage isn't 50-50. Ever. There are times I'm 70, he's 30. There are times he's 60, 40. But guess what? 10 years, we've been married 30.
Wow.
I would take 10 bad years over 30. It's just how you look at it, right? And people give up.
Then in an April...
Oh, man, she does not look good there at all. Whoa.
She's an angry man.
2023 sit-down, she said she speaks so openly about their partnership because marriage is hard, and she wants younger couples to know that challenges are just part of the commitment, not a reason to give up. The Obamas who tied the knot...
All right, I've seen it.
Yeah, they do enough docking.
They're fine. They're not doing... I mean...
They're not going to get divorced because it's too Camelotish if
hold on now. I'm trying to think of the last. Here's a trivia question before we go into words. What's the last president to get divorced?
It was Biden. That's his second wife, wasn't it? His first wife conveniently died, or they get divorced.
I'm talking about like when's the last president
in office?
Well. Either
happen.
in office or post office, like once you've been president, not prior to, because I think Biden had one, before he became president, but like either while in office or post office. I don't know that in our lifetime, obviously there could be, so like back when, FDR and Teddy Roosevelt.
People didn't divorce back then, Bubba. It was very, very, very rare before the 60s.
They usually just died.
Right. Hey, Alexa, who's the last president to get a divorce?
I don't know that.
Yeah, you don't know nothing today.
Well, it looks like, they're just counting divorces like Donald Trump's and Ronald Reagan.
It'd probably be Donald Trump.
Yes.
Yeah, it'd probably be Donald Trump. When we return, Polk County assistant principal accused of having a teen rub her feet. Now, where in any capacity at any school can that work? And you know that's going to get back to parents and to other people.
There was a teacher when I was in 6th grade that had she asked the students to rub her back and rub her feet.
And were you good at it?
Was it for extra credit, or was it just because
Well, you wanted to get on her good side.
So did you put those big white gorilla hands on her back and give her a real nice lummy work down, or were you too? I would think that you were probably too shy.
She never picked me.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Oh yeah, you could have really taken her to town with those.
I remember it.
That's Rusty Tank. Stuck in Dion's tub. Team positive. Riz his. Wait. Small town bourbon. Interesting name. One shadow panda. Ah, over here now. Yeah, caviar. That was funny. It's on the old month. Just see her. Dark match. Steve, just do another Perry song. It's been a while. Rachel Stills. Steven Janowski, that's funny. Dave the Slave. They do have a sword fight.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, radio. I like using Botox. Some people like this part, but I don't really like it so much. I think it hurts more. Arguably it lasts a few weeks longer, but Permagrom. Yes, I will, Marcus Taylor.
Yeah, we were only
down there.
I was
Let
only
me.
19.
Let me. I'm gonna do a skag gimmick next. I need it.
Okay, no problem.
I was 19. I mean, it was a first year, class. So everybody was drinking and everything like that. So it was weird, man.
19. Hey, Dan, I sent a air check to Patrick yesterday from Goodyear.
Oh, you did. Thank you.
Man. Up late watching the WNBA draft.
How my fever? Did they get anybody? I mean, the Indiana. How did Indiana do?
I don't think they had. I don't know if they had a first round pick.
I don't think they did.
Morning, Sterling.
I'm a Dallas Wings fan.
Thank you, Dark Knight Steve.
Did he send out a parody?
Yeah.
You sent that?
Yeah, this morning.
Okay. Did you listen to it yet?
I got it after.
Okay. You listen to it? Let's do it. Just I didn't listen to it. Yeah, what's the radio friendly?
I was gonna double check.
That's what you got to do.
What up, Permagrom?
What up, Seth Kushner?
Hello, BTLS.
You heard you? What's that? Is that you? Oh,
The cool thing about the WNBA draft is it was set up how like the NFL draft used to be when it was smaller. Just like sitting at a little table.
Quicker. Not the pageantry and all the bullshit.
Yeah, quick.
Let me mushroom Mitch. I gotta do $20 in the PayPal.
Thank you. Still not was here 50. Thank you, Neil.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Mushroom Mitch the Mark. PayPal, $20. Thank you. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. That's how we keep this thing going. Also, BubbaArmyTips.com. That's courtesy of Patrick Melton. That's super easy, and we get more of that.
Yes.
It's very simple. It's a website. BubbaArmyTips.com. Got an email from or a text, I should say, from my good friend Randy from Skag. Of course, he had Maria the Glue attached to that, asking me a favor. And obviously, Randy, you just most recently has become familiar with this show, and obviously I'm a Skag. We're endorsed by Skag, and I'm a Skag spokesperson. By the way, Justin Ashley and Tony Stewart in the 4-wide finals this past Sunday in Vegas. Tony picking up his first Wally. Justin got second in the Skag machine. But and I'm torn anytime that Justin Ashley races Tony Stewart. I'm torn. Actually, I'm happy because both of them are my friends, and whoever wins, it's a good thing.
Is that like when Green Bay plays the Bucks?
No, I want Green Bay to win.
Oh.
Now that your dad's gone. I was only acting like I liked the Bucks while Joe was in the box, because Joe would mean mug you and potentially kick you out.
Yeah, way to play the crowd.
I wouldn't even wear my Green Bay Packer jersey. I would wear my red Bubba Radio Network like button-down shirt. I would not even wear any remnants of green at all.
That's respectful.
And so when I took Tyler, when he had a relationship with me, we went to the Bucks game with the Packers, and I had to give Tyler like the whole rundown. I'm like, Tyler, first of all, no Packer gear. He goes, okay. And I go, and only one Coke and a few chicken fingers. That's it. Don't go up there. And, I said, even though I know you love chicken fingers, one little round through the food gimmick, and that's it. Because Joe keeps score. Joe be like, that guy has been up 6 times to get. Am I not right?
He'd worry more about the alcohol than the food, but he did pay attention.
Danny. Is that the 3rd bottle of Absolute we're going through?
Yeah, he got pissed on the alcohol.
What? So anyway,
I remember I was going to a Super Bowl once with a friend of mine in a limousine when it was at Tampa.
I was with you,
and he got mad there was alcohol in the car. He goes, "You're going to miss the game if you drink."
Hold on, it was me, you, Jimmy Clevis, Fabrizi. It was.
And my friend Jeff O'Brien.
Yeah,
that's the guy that shot himself in the head.
Oh, well, that's not.
So anyway, 2 weeks ago.
So anyway, Randy texts me with Maria the Glue on there, and he asked me, said, "Hey, I need a favor. We just entered into a relationship with a person, with a celebrity who's now going to be a Skag endorser / spokesperson,
Brett Favre,
much like you, and wanted to know if you would interview him." And I go, first of all, yes. And secondly, who is it? He goes, it's Randy Couture, the UFC Hall of Famer. And I'm like, yes. I go, Randy, Randy from Skag. I go, Randy, I've interviewed Randy Couture from the UFC probably 6 times. And he's my boy. Like, that's my boy. He's been in the studio. We used to interview him in Vegas. We would have, I think at one time we had him and his wife on. So, we got that interview coming up because now I've been told that Randy Couture, Hall of Fame, one of the original, I don't know if he'd be on the Mount Rushmore of UFC. And Seth, I don't know if you're familiar with UFC from back in the early.
He's a Hall of Famer.
05s, 06s.
I know Tito Ortiz and Chuck Liddell.
Yeah. Well, Randy was kind of a little bit before them.
Mm-hmm.
And
he'd definitely be if you had the Hall of Fame for MMA and UFC, he'd be in that Hall of Fame.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great guy too. Now Tito Ortiz, great guy, but there was a time that he was mad at me.
For what?
Because I called his wife, who was a porn star, a name, which ended up being correct. And there was one time I was in Vegas. See, when I was on Sirius XM, they used to fly us out every 3 months to do my show live from the Mandalay Bay. They even set up mini studios. And so everybody that was a big name on the card had to come do the show. And so I found out that Tito was married to Jenna Jameson, the porn star. And I was talking about to other fighters. Man, can you believe that Tito married a porn star? And probably wasn't talking about his wife in the most favorable light. And so, because I knew Tito wasn't on the card, I didn't think he'd be necessarily hearing any of it. So I got away with it then. So 3 months later, we go back, and Tito's on the card. And Tito comes into my comes into my little broadcast studio, taps Brent on the shoulder, and says, "Before I go live, I got to have a word with Bubba." Now listen, I was genuinely scared. I mean, I was genuinely scared
because he can rip you apart.
Well, these guys can kill you.
Yeah, they can rip you apart.
Yeah. And I walk out of this little booth, like almost like a little kid getting scolded. And I go, yeah. And he goes, I heard what you said about my wife. And that will not, one, we're not going to talk about that on the air. And two, you got one coming.
Oh.
And I'm like,
what does that mean?
That's what I said. I said, what does that mean? He goes, I'm not going to tell you what it means. You just got one coming. So, man, I was looking over my shoulder all weekend long.
Jesus.
I'm looking over my shoulder for, Tito Ortiz. So then about a year later, we're out there and him and her get divorced, right? And we're at the Hard Rock, Lummy, doing our show.
Yeah.
And Tito Ortiz is not scheduled to be on the fight, but rumor has it he's in Vegas and he drives to the Hard Rock, gets a hold of Dave Rice, my engineer, asks, because there was this huge crowd around us and we're doing a show. And so so Tito Ortiz asks my engineer, can I step in and have a word with Bubba live on the air? And, back then, Seth, language wasn't a problem. So if you wanted to come in there and just start mother F, you could say that you wanted.
Oh, yeah.
So he comes in, sits down, looks at me, and I go, hey, Tito, I just want to let you know I haven't said anything or nothing. And he goes, I know you didn't. I wanted to tell you something. Now, I didn't know they had gotten a divorce and she had cheated on him and played all these kind of custody with the children games.
She was supposed to be a champion with his oral.
And she had played all these, who's going to get custody games and just was running Tito ragged. He goes, I just want to tell you that you were right. I go, does that mean we're cool? And he goes, yeah, we're cool. But it really worked out. I mean, it was like, oh my God. So anyway, listen, Randy from Skag, absolutely. Anytime Randy Couture wants to call in, do a Zoom, do an interview, talk about the sport, talk about your fine products, I am honored to know that he's a fellow Skag spokesperson like me. Absolutely. Cannot go wrong with Randy Couture. Randy, are you sure you don't want to get a Brett Favre gimmick in there? I can get Brett Favre.
Yeah, come on.
When I asked Randy about Brett Favre, he's like, I was thinking about maybe getting Favre one, but one, when he was in Green Bay, we did something with him and he didn't do nothing.
Oh, so he had a past history with him.
And then two, he said when I listened to the interview and he said he had 8 mowers, and why do I want to have 8? Mine's not, you need one Skag to his 8 junkers. So unless he gets rid of the 8 junkers and just has a Skag in his garage, I don't want to do business with him.
You're being really mean to a guy with Alzheimer's or dementia or whatever.
I'm not necessarily ruling out that I'm not going to be able to get Brett Favre a Skag.
Maybe he doesn't even know he has 8 mowers.
He's so concussed that he thinks he's got 4, right?
Maybe they could just in the middle of the night get rid of the other ones, just replace with a Skag, and it'll be good to go.
I could call Brett Favre up and say, Brett, listen, I got a deal from the Randy, the CEO, president, owner, Skag, Willie. If you get rid of those 8 junkers, and then we'll get you a Skag that won't break down.
Who has 8 lawnmowers?
Brett Favre.
Was he an octopus?
No, but if you got a lot of land and you got a Cub Cadet that runs half the time, and you got a John Deere that runs half the time, and you got a Bad Boy that runs half the time, and you got a X-Mark that runs half the time, and he's got a lot of acres, and by the time you're running one really hard, it breaks down. Well, you just haul it back to the barn and get the other one and finish out the job. When one Skag could do it all. Boy, if Brett Favre had one of my 72-inch 3-cylinder Kohler diesels, I can literally mow 30 acres in a day with that thing on a half a tank of gas. Now I got to tell you, on the Skag Zero Turn 72-inch commercial grade Turf Tiger that I have, it's probably 4,000 or 5,000 more than the gasoline version of that. I got the diesel, and I think they make a 37 horsepower Vanguard Kawasaki one on the same frame, Lummy. Just the power plant's different.
Yeah. You
will save that $4,000 that costs you more up front. You'll save in fuel because you'll go through 2 tanks on a 37 horsepower Kawasaki Vanguard. You'll go through 2 tanks of gas to my half a tank of diesel, and I got more power and more torque on my diesel, and diesels last longer. Get you a diesel if you can. Now, a lot of people can't afford a diesel, Lummy, so that's where we got the gasoline options. So anyway, Randy from Skag, love ya. Love Maria. Love you all. We're Skag for life. Lummy, did Aaron ever get Aaron from Average Joe? Or did he buy any Skags?
He's working on it. His people.
I got to find out who the Tampa Skag dealer is and have a word with him via Randy.
Oh yeah, T&K, I think it is.
Is it T&K?
Yeah, I think so.
Randy, I got a guy that has one of the largest lawn services around, and he wants to trade out all of his whatevers for and get Skags.
Got the airport.
T&K. Oh, he got the airport deal?
Yeah, he started the airport last Tuesday.
Oh, he's going to need a big 72-inch.
Yeah. It's T&K landscape equipment.
I might have to have Randy blow a call into T&K.
Give him a deal.
So, Lummy, you're saying...
An assistant principal's facing charges accused of forcing a student to massage her. Closer to home.
Lummy, you're saying that when you were in... What grade were you in?
6th grade.
6th grade?
Yeah. How big were you in 6th grade?
6 foot.
Jesus Christ.
So you're 6 foot.
11, 6 foot.
You're in 6th grade.
Yeah.
And is it a man or a woman teacher?
It's a woman.
It's a woman teacher.
Yes.
And does she throw it out there?
Yes. She would ask students.
She'd be like, listen to class, if there's anybody that'd like to give me a back rub.
Or a foot rub.
A foot rub, please just raise your hand and come over to my desk. I'm going to take a... Yes. For real?
Yeah. When we had because she had there was reading. She was the English teacher. And
so instead of reading, you could go rub her.
Correct.
Man, I hate reading.
Yeah, but I mean, anyone that's that age that wants a foot rub's probably got gnarly feet.
Well, that and it's just highly inappropriate.
Yeah.
I mean, even back
in the 80s.
Kinda.
I mean, this was in the 90s.
I will tell you, this man back in the 70s, Phil Digatano in 5th grade, my 5th grade teacher, he would, if you were being disruptive and you were a boy, not a girl, and you were a boy, and I'm not kidding you. He was the head football coach, too. His name was Phil Digatano. We used to call him Coach Dig. I'm not kidding you. He was probably about 2 inches shorter than you, but a jacked up dude.
Big guy.
Big guy. Everybody's afraid of him. And if somebody like Greg Thornsberry, I can remember not Carl Ottersberg, but Greg Thornsberry and Jerry Hyde and some of these kids would be disruptive. Like he'd be up at the chalkboard literally trying to teach us something. He's a history teacher. And, these kids would be giggling and throwing pencils back and forth behind his back. Well, he had this one move where he'd quickly turn around and he'd catch you. And I'm not kidding you. He would literally walk up to your desk, yoke you by the scruff of the back of your neck, like almost a mama kitten, how she grabs the scruff of a baby kitten behind the neck. He would yoke you with your shirt or your coat or whatever you had by the back of your neck, pull you out of your chair, drag you like a sack of potatoes on the floor to the outside of the hallway and make you sit there until the end of the period.
Wow.
I mean, and you only had to see that 1 or 2 times, and you could quickly figure out you couldn't get away with stuff.
Deterrence.
At Coach. Now, Mr. Moeller, on the other hand, he was cool as hell. I think he was high. I mean, he was our 5th grade. There was 3 in Madison Elementary School. There were 3 teachers. Mrs. Ward, who was an old ass battle axe, just old as hell, looked like Barbara Bush. And mean as a snake. But you didn't have to worry about she'd send you to the office, but she couldn't physically do anything to you. Then you had Mr. Moeller, and I think he was like an old school hippie, and he was like high. Like he didn't care about, he was just cool. And then you had Mr. Digatano. And Mr. Digatano would just straight yoke your ass. Just a straight ass yoking. I don't think you can yoke a kid up anymore, can you?
Not if you want to keep your job.
Not if you want to keep your job.
An assistant principal's facing charges accused of forcing a student to massage her feet. And that's not all. Polk County deputies tell us it happened at Lake Marion Creek Middle School in Poinciana. She was arrested because a number of witnesses came forward. Fox 13's Evan Moon spent the day in Poinciana today. Covering the story, has the very latest for us tonight on the case.
This assistant principal is accused of an inappropriate massage and
What's up, Shorty? Shiz.
Where's she from? Wow.
I don't know.
New.
Making sexual comments to a 13-year-old boy, including about learning foreplay. The Polk County Sheriff calling this outrageous.
What?
Whoa.
What grade?
Did you say fourth grade?
And evil behavior.
Evan Moon spent the day in Poinciana today.
How about Evan Moon? Where'd they pull that out?
Covering the story has the very latest for us tonight on the case.
This assistant principal is accused of an inappropriate...
Hold on, assistant principal. So that means you're over the entire school, right?
Yeah, they took her from D.C. I sent you her Instagram.
Massage and making sexual comments to a 13-year-old boy, including about learning foreplay. The Polk County Sheriff calling this outrageous. And
this girl's got beautiful eyes, doesn't she? Beautiful eyes.
Yeah.
She's making inappropriate comments to a 13-year-old. Well, that's probably about the age that a feller needs to learn about foreplay. 13.
From your assistant principal while you're rubbing her feet?
From your African American assistant principal who wants her feet rubbed.
Did she say foreplay, or was they just saying that just to make this story more vilified? Because
more salacious.
Salacious, because literally rubbing a foot is not a sexual act.
But it's highly
inappropriate.
inappropriate.
I understand it's inappropriate
in the world of education.
But there's a line.
I guarantee Aisha wasn't breaking out her feet for people to rub them.
And evil behavior. A 13-year-old boy was just being a kid, throwing balled-up paper across a classroom at Lake Marion Middle School. His actions sent him to Assistant Principal Kiva Lark's office, but that's when
Kiva said, "So I'll tell you something. We can get you in school suspension for throwing a paper wad, or you can rub my feet." Gnarly ass feet. Imagine what her feet look like. See what her face looked like.
3-inch long nails.
The real trouble began.
She had a 13-year-old child.
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
You're done.
Look who's there. Seth, look who's on the case.
Trouble.
On location. He ain't behind a podium at the cop shop. He's on location. 4-star Willie, Grady Judd. You're done. You're done. Because when Grady makes it his deal, not all the crimes Grady gets in front of the camera on, right?
Nope.
But when he
mass murderers and foot rubbers.
Yeah.
That was at her school. Rub her feet. Did you hear what I said? That's right. This was a sexual encounter.
53-year-old Lark allegedly punishing the young boy by making him rub her bare feet in his lap, then teaching him how to massage them by rubbing his shoulders. She's also accused of making inappropriate comments, including...
So she went from, you rub my feet, to now I'm going to rub your shoulders.
She's probably like, do it like this.
And then I think they're going to say that she might have showed and told him the business.
Man, she was just hoping somebody got sent to her office that day.
She was, yeah. She's like, man, there ain't no bad kids getting sent down to the office. I'm thirsty.
Put some extra sugar in the lunch.
Yes, thank God this kid was throwing paper in class.
Yeah, thank God a paper wad gets you sent down to her place.
So I could get these toes suckled.
To rub her feet like he loved her, and that she was teaching him foreplay.
She didn't think he was massaging him the right way, so she massaged his arms and his shoulders, and then made the statement like, this will help teach you foreplay for when you have a girlfriend. That's how evil this conduct was. So she's in jail.
All of this.
So she's in jail. Grady cuts right to the chase.
It's reported to deputies by the principal.
13. He's 13. She looks like she's about 60.
After another counselor in the room sent it up the chain, and this wasn't the first time she made comments towards him.
She had made statements to him in the past to include calling him sexy chocolate.
I guess he was African American.
Yeah. Man, this story's going viral.
It is. Man, let me tell you something.
Sexy chocolate.
Your new name ain't Jerome. It's Sexy Chocolate.
And
when I see you in study hall or down there at the lunch, I'm going to call you Sexy Chocolate.
Yeah.
That's our names, okay?
And that just added to our probable cause that she had a interest in him.
Sheriff Judd saying the boy's parents are disgusted.
We calmed the parents down and said, look, she's going to be held accountable for this outrageous...
Oh, yeah, now hold on. Now, can you imagine what Sexy Chocolate Mom? You know, Sexy Chocolate's mom was probably the standard irate African-American mom going absolutely ballistic on Grady.
Yes.
Grady, let me tell you something, Grady. That is unacceptable. Grady's having to calm sexual chocolate mamas down, saying, we got this bitch in jail. She's in jail.
She's like, he don't rub no one's feet but mine.
Yeah.
Conduct.
The Polk County School Board issuing a statement saying, in part, this is abhorrent behavior for anyone who works among students, especially an administrator. This person no longer has any business being around children. But Sheriff Judd says parents should not worry.
It is a great school, and she's out. It's a safe place to send your children.
Kiva Lark is in jail facing lewd conduct.
Look at her, Lummy.
Yeah, I said your Instagram.
Hell, you did?
Yeah.
And offenses against a student. At the Polk County Sheriff's Office, Evan Moon, Fox 13 News.
Sounds like RFK Jr.
Oh, it kind of looks like a young Cheryl Hine, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
This is her Instagram, Lummy, right here.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Let's see what we're working with Channel 13's. Let me see.
Just X out. You can X and still see the pictures.
I can. Okay. All right. There we go. This is her. Oh God. All right. Well. Oh. Okay. It's giving me a login, Willie Lummy.
You were looking for bikini shots, and she's got just mostly professional clips of her news stories.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Way to ruin your account.
Way to ruin my day. When we return, I guess Trump is really, big on, as he should. I'm a big believer in this. The title, is it Title IX? The Title IX rules where, guys cannot disguise themselves or put lipstick on or tuck their penises and compete against girls in sports. I'm big on that. I don't care what your political affiliation is. That's just the right thing to do. It's a no-brainer. And how we even got to this point, I don't know. Where did this start? Like, this was never a thing in our lifetime. This was never a thing, I don't know, even 10 years ago, it wasn't a thing. Where did this, I'm a guy, I want to, I'm not good enough to win in my event as a guy, whether it be track, whether it be pole vaulting, in this instance, it's pole vaulting, swimming. But where did it start? Did it start with Barack? Did it start with Biden? Because this wasn't a thing until just recently. Did it start with Caitlyn Jenner?
Well,
I mean, where did it start? Where people,
it became a very sexy political issue.
Yeah, very. And it's quickly becoming not a sexy political
But
issue.
I mean, the percentage of these, college athletes that are trans participating in sports are
minimal.
0.1%, maybe 0.01%. I mean, it's not a lot.
But that 0.1% dominates in the sport, and so I think that we're bending over backwards for such a small fraction, fringe,
and making such a big deal about it too,
and cheating, really denying women the chance to fairly
Here's what
compete.
really sucks is the fact that this is doing more damage to real girls.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Women in America should be outraged at the concept of this.
Regardless,
they've been trying to get equality and equal footing and have some rights and fairness in their lives.
Lummy, can you imagine how dominant you would be in the WNBA?
No, right.
You'd be like Shaq.
Yeah.
If we could just maybe have Dan put some boobs on you, which we can do.
Perfect.
And lipstick. And
hair laser.
Hair laser. You can't have that beard, Lummy.
A little more testosterone?
No.
Oh,
You
Well,
don't
no,
have any
yeah.
testosterone anyway.
I mean, you got enough.
You got some. We can
I mean,
give you a
just
little
your
estrogen.
pure size. I mean, you would post up Angel Reese. You'd make her your bitch.
Oh, I'd back her down.
Oh, hell yeah. You'd be like Charles Barkley.
That's right.
You'd be doing triple doubles every night.
Easy.
We'll get into that. And then also, looks like we sent some rich white chicks to space yesterday. Rich divas in space. Was it Bezos's? It was Bezos's deal, wasn't it? Or was it Elon's deal?
No, it's Bezos.
He sent his fiance in there too.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Man, I got to tell you, Even though they say it's safe, and it looks like they've thrown up a couple of these Bezos, spaceships up into space, and it just barely gets into space. Like, they're not going to the space station or something. They're just getting to that level of altitude where space begins. But I don't think I would do it.
No.
To me, man, I mean, it seems super not risky because they haven't had any complications, and they've done it, 3, 4, 5 times? And it's like a little capsule. Now, does that little capsule, what do they blow you off on a space rock, like on a spaceship, Lummy, and then that
looks like a big penis,
and then the head of the penis detaches.
Yes,
and then you're floating around in space, and then how do you get back down?
I think you just float back down and land. Did they do it in the water?
I'm assuming. So we'll get into that as well. Stand by.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Go back, right back. Blue Horizon? Was that the thing that was submergible?
Oh, I sent you the takeoff.
It looks like the kind of rocket you see in Austin Powers movie.
All right, send it to me.
I just sent it to you. It's a takeoff.
So phallic.
Yeah, and then you can fast forward it, and then you see how the capsule.
Okay.
It looks like it came down in a desert.
Did it power pig?
It power pigged it down into a desert.
All right, so
Russian style.
Is this where it takes off, or is it already?
No, you gotta rewind it. Yeah, it's already sped up.
So the girls are in this thing, right?
Yeah. So yeah, Blue Origin.
Blue Origin? There it is. Not Blue Horizon. Blue Origin.
And that's
the big penis goes off.
And then it ejaculates the capsule.
Right.
It doesn't look fake? It looks fake. It looks so fake. It looks like a Buck Rogers movie.
Yeah.
With like a little like a lighter a lighter flame. And separates, right?
Yep.
Where's it separate at?
I think it did it shoot off? No, it hasn't shut off yet.
All right, we'll just watch this, and we'll just watch it.
How long's the whole clip? Just a couple minutes.
No, it's like the whole thing, but you can fast forward where it comes back down. I'm trying to find where they just showed off, but it's more like
The first all-female crew since they had a single female go up in space. So you're trying to prove the safety by saying, look, I'm sending my fiance up there. That's how safe this is. That was his statement, you think?
Yes. The Virgin.
Would you rather go up in a Virgin
Would you rather go on the Virgin, which would like come off an airplane, this, or a Musk rocket? What would you do? Yeah, of the three, would you do the where they kind of like the old X-15 where they drop off the plane?
Probably just the Virgin.
Hey, Coot!
That's what you do?
Kushner! Hello.
Because then, I feel like that one
had a chance to fly down.
Yeah.
Wasn't just a rocket, it was more like a
plane.
Vehicle.
Yeah.
Like a space shuttle type vehicle.
A better chance of maybe.
Yeah, I understand that point. Yeah. But between Bezos and Musk's, which rocket would you take? Musk has like 400 launches versus Bezos has like 13.
Yeah, Musk. Get a little better percentage.
I mean, they could even get the guy off the capsule of the space station. Wasn't that the Bezos rocket?
No, it was Boeing.
That was Boeing's rocket?
I don't know who Bezos is, but no, that's Boeing.
I've always wanted to go into space. I mean, I want to go to Mars and the moon, but I'd love to go to space.
Which is it?
I think it's $250,000.
Oh, that's it.
I could either fix my fucking house or go to space. So, thank you, Helene and Milton. So much.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios.
Aquabito.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Finally, Lummy, the Merch Crick has listened to me. I've been with her for a long time. I've been with her for years. A long time. And she has this she has this house out in Pasco County, and we mostly stay at my apartment. And I'm like, you need to sell that house, because I hate it. I don't like the house. It's where she lived with her husband and everything, and I don't like
bad vibe.
Yeah, bad vibe.
There you go. I
don't like it.
Get a little sage and
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
You don't like her house.
So, and by the way, it's a nice house. It's a beautiful home.
Does it have like wallpaper or something in it?
No, I just don't like anything about it. But it's a beautiful home. It's a beautiful home. And within her home, she's got this back metal building, like one of the like a steel building, like a shed steel building, and she has two. She has two. I don't know if they're a 61, 62, or 63 Thunderbirds that she owns from her mom or dad. I don't know where, but they're hers. And they're in various parts of restoration, meaning you can tell somebody started restoring them, and I think it might have been her husband or something like that. And this is and so every time I go there, I'm like, Erica, why don't you sell these things? I'm not interested in restoring Thunderbirds. I'm not into Thunderbirds. If it was something that was completely restored, maybe, but I'm good with my truck and my Crown Vic. You got your little Toyota Camry there. We don't need more cars. I'm trying to minimalize my life. And she's like, so let me finally, I got her. Now, this is on her Facebook page, and her Facebook page is the Merch Crick, or Merch Crick. So MERCHCRICK. Now, let me show you a couple things here. These are, I don't know what she's asking for them. I don't know, but she finally put them up on Facebook Marketplace, and we're trying to get rid of them because I'm done. We haven't gotten a fight over them, but I'm like, I've been with you for, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 years, and how many times have I told you need to sell these things? So here is, let me give you a little rundown, and if any of the Bubba Army or anybody, are into cars or are interested, contact her through her. Keep it off my plate and keep it on hers. Now, there's some various pictures of. She included a bunch of things, but let me show you.
Are there? I love Mertrick. I hate even commenting about her because I don't want her to be upset at all. But are there any pictures of like the cars currently, or are there only pictures of pictures?
No. She's giving you the whole rundown.
Oh, the whole story of
the provenance. It's called. Yeah. It's called provenance, Seth, and that's like sort of like mapping out the history of the car and who it's been through and who's owned it.
So like Dan, you buy cars. So does this help your cause when you're selling?
Absolutely. Like I said, it's called provenance. It's establishing the chain of custody of the car and its maintenance.
Okay, so yes, Seth, there's a payoff where you get to see the cars.
All right,
just to let you know. Keep valving off, buddy, because there will be an ejaculation of cars.
I take back my comments.
No problem.
I was unaware how people sell cars,
and neither did I. Okay, I didn't know if all this paperwork meant nothing or something.
It does to the people that love these cars.
All right, so these are I guess these are Ford T-Birds, and these are some of the paperwork that came with it. And comes with it, and some cars, and people, I guess, restoring them, and when they were together, and when various things like that, and an album, and
it's like evidence from a murder scene.
It does, and I guess
the manifesto was there too.
I guess Dan, this shows the Roadster wheels that it has on it, and
there's the manifesto.
There's some kind of note about what a guy did. Here's a 1962 Ford shop manual.
Should I start doing this for my Fusion?
Yes.
Start establishing this.
I got it. Yeah.
Okay. Now, Dan, you'll see there's clear titles. This is a title. Here's another.
Chain of titles.
I think she's got two of them. I think she's got a 60. Well, it looks like that's a 62, and I don't know if the other one's a 61. But listen, now, Dan, look at this. 6,000 original miles.
Oh, wow.
What's it say right there? I know it's not been driven since 2018. You can't. They're undrivable. They were in the middle. I think her husband.
Hold on, I think Dan's interested.
I think her husband was in the middle of restoration. They're her cars. She got him in the divorce, and so
just the engines are frozen. Everything's frozen.
I don't think anything's frozen. Here's the Roadster wheels, and here's various other wheels, and various. I don't know what all this stuff is. Here's, I don't know if these is beauty ring trims or something like that, and that looks to me like it's a mess, whatever that is.
No, that's
Prodigy.
It's part of the story.
And then here, I don't know if that's, I don't know what that is, I don't know what that is. But here, hey, I recognize a hood.
Oh, that's a hood.
That's a hood.
Okay,
it's a hood. And then hold on here. Okay, hold on.
Oh,
so here are her two cars.
Here we are.
The red one I think is not as complete as the white one.
Well, it looks a little less. There's no glass. There's no hood.
I don't know what she's selling them for. I told her, don't even think about trying to drive a hard bargain. Price them to sell. Because you just, I
mean, are we talking 1,000? Are we talking 20,000? Where?
I think
do you know what the pricing is?
I don't know.
What kind of engines do those things have? Big ones or little ones?
I don't know. I don't know nothing.
You can't tell.
Now, see, the red one's actually, we saw the hood. Remember, we saw the hood a few pictures ago. So there's the hood to the red one. So the red one I don't think is incomplete as you think it is. And I guess there's some more Prodigy. And then it goes back. I don't know what she's selling them for. So go to her Facebook page, which is the Merch Crick. Let me see if I can click back on this. Oh, look, she's got a nice little picture of us there. That's us at Ronnie the limo driver's wedding, and various other pics and stuff like that. I don't know. Let me see. I don't know if there's some pictures of the Thunderbirds for sale, title and paperwork on them. Okay, here she go. Maybe we can see.
She's in chat right now, Bubba. This might be more up to date commentary.
Hold on, I think here we go.
Oh,
I'm wanting to sell a couple of Project Thunderbirds that I've owned for a long time. They are both project cars. I will never get around to finishing them. The white one drove when parked in 2018. It had an engine and body work done, and it was a project that my son was going to take on out of college. take on, but college and a degree got in the way. By the way, her son got his master's and as an architect, and just got his first architectural job.
That's great. Now he can fix them up.
I'm having people saying that fully restored.
25, 30.
And one guy says 10,000 minimum. I think that she's selling them for like 6.
Oh no, we got to pull that back in now.
All right, so hold on. The red one had been a family project since the late 70s. It's officially a one-owner car and completely rust-free. Glass was removed in the 70s and is wrapped in newspapers from that era. Nice and clear. All parts in chrome comes with both. They are removed. They were removed for paint. The red one has not ran since the 70s and will need an engine rebuild at this point.
She said both for 6,000.
What?
It's a steal.
I need to talk to her about that.
Talk to her right now. She's listening.
They're worth 10,000 undriving.
I mean, hold on, man.
Undrivable.
I mean, she said 6,000 for each.
She said in chat both for 6,000. So
we're getting ripped off.
Well, you said keep it off your plate,
and you said don't haggle.
I also have all new rubber seals.
Price to sell
for the windows. For
25 for both is a steal.
I believe that a rubber kit costs $2,000 and it's new in the box. I have so much invested that I will never get it back. My loss is your gain. I would like to sell them both ASAP as a pair. They are just taking up garage space, and Bubba is tired of seeing that. She is way understating that because I cut a promo. Because they got, she does have some stuff back there that I sometimes need, like weed whacker string and oil and things. And I go by and look at these goddamn cars just sitting here.
Well, now you can get 2 of them for 6,000.
Well, I didn't think that she was going to give them away.
And you know what? If you call the show right now, we'll give you $1,000 off.
No, we're not.
We will not.
Some people are saying 10,000, 25.
They are taking them. Bubba is tired of seeing them. I have almost 18,000 invested in the white one alone, but the bodywork is 7 years old now, showing some bubbles, and I've not moved it in 7 years. I would like to sell both of them for both. You get both for 6. How about 6 per? I'm not getting involved. I'm gonna need to settle down.
Dan, can I borrow $6,000?
I believe
it's too good to pass up.
I believe that this is a heck of a deal. I believe that this is a heck of a deal. This is not a heck of a deal. This is a goddamn highway robbery steal.
Well, like Liz said, she's willing to give them away to make her man happy.
I will attach a YouTube video I made about a year ago when I first considered selling them. And then looks like there's more pictures of them. And by the way, that's just from this past weekend.
Wow, looking good.
Yeah,
dude, they're $14,000 undervalued.
Yeah, people were saying 10,000 per.
Well, you know what?
You're leaving $14K on the table.
Dan, here's the deal. I'm leaving $14K on the table, but you know what? I'm picking up 6, and I'm getting them out of my hair. And I ain't got to worry about them anymore. I ain't restoring them, and I'm not. You know what? I'm not getting greedy.
Well, what about all the blood, sweat, and tears that your lady put into it?
My lady. Yes, your lady is the one that priced them. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Well, now you're worked up about the pricing.
I only said this: get rid of them and don't get all sticky on the price. Just get what you can.
I'll give you $100 for that guitar.
I didn't think that she was, pricing them 80% under market value.
Do you want to sell that? Do you guys want to sell that garage that it's in?
The pole barn?
Yeah.
Why do you want it?
Yeah. I'll buy it.
It looks nice, doesn't it?
Lemmy, are you interested in the cars?
Lemmy says, I'm not interested in the cars, but I'll tell you what I am interested in. Let me look at that garage. Hold on, wait. By the way,
this is nice.
Hold on, wait till you see this is a nice pole. It's a nice steel build. Hold on here.
Thing I looked at.
Let me show you.
What are you gonna do with it, Lummy?
Put it in the
drainage ditch.
I know it's nice.
Look at that.
I know.
It's beautiful.
That's taken care of.
2 cars, lights.
That's a grow house.
That's like a what?
That's a grow house.
It is a grow house.
Man, Seth would quit the show if he had that full of weed.
Oh, I'm no botanist.
Let me look how nice that garage is.
It's been taken care of.
No, I don't think we're interested in. Listen, I don't know what
we're going to sell that for $150.
Right,
get a hold of the Merch Crick.
I'll sell it.
Get a hold of the Merch Crick, and to me, Dan, I'm not just trying to say this. Chat never really cuts us a break.
What do you mean? They helped you out and told you how much?
What I said is like they're saying that is one hell of a deal.
Yeah.
And somebody needs to pick that up. If you're if you're into restoring cars or something like that, it looks like, from what we can see, various people that maybe know that I was seeing 10,000 a piece, is what I was seeing.
Yep.
For project cars, is what it looks like the market is.
I mean, that's what the market looks like.
And one's a little bit beyond a project car. It's almost.
I mean,
done.
the white one's beautiful.
Yeah. 7,000 miles. Jesus.
No,
6,000 miles.
6,000, and you get everything.
Man, I got to get out of cars and into Thunderbirds. Man.
So, did you make her sell baseball cards for cheap too?
What's that?
Didn't she sell baseball cards for cheap?
Oh, she found a bunch of them. We went through them, and then I think we gave them away with some of Bubba's repacks.
But here's the deal. Daniel Rose actually gave her wrong information because some of those Jordans were actually worth. Daniel Rose kind of scoffed at it, and because it wasn't what he. But supposedly some of those Jordans and Patrick Ewings and Charles Barkley's and stuff that she had were Penny Hardaway actually worth. We had some people reach out to us and show us comparables that they were actually worth. Some of them were worth $25 and $30.
Yeah, but a lot of those were the ones that were graded.
Okay.
Right.
Let me listen.
That's not 14 grand. I mean, that's whatever on that one. But if these cars are like grossly undervalued, like literally 70% undervalued from the market, I mean, that's sinful. It's not like you got money just to piss away. I mean,
I'm just trying to get rid of them, and 6,000, could really help us out. And
wouldn't 20,000 help you out better?
Here's the deal. Okay,
if 6,000, if you're that desperate for 6, the 20 would be like a godsend.
I know, but here's the deal.
It would be a miracle.
I just
bread falling from the sky.
The minute that I can get rid of those cars, now I got Lummy wanting to buy the building. I can't sell the building when the cars are in there.
That's true.
So it percolates itself. So listen,
but a bunch of dollars are percolating out of this.
Yeah, but here's the deal: if I sit here and say, okay, because chat was saying they look like they're worth about 10 grand a piece, and we're giving them away for 6,000 for both, and we're leaving 14,000 on the table. Who's to say they're going to sell for 10 grand a piece?
Well, you can always give it like a day or two, and then if they don't, then knock the price down.
And someone will make you an offer. I mean, they're not going to necessarily.
It said, Ned's Herpes said, ask 10 each. You'll get 6 each.
All day long.
Well, okay. So if you're going to get, if we ask 10 each and you're going to get 6, no, don't you think that somebody probably, as we speak right now, is probably contacting her saying, I mean, even if you were just to take them off her hands and flip them, you could probably flip. Dan, you know about flipping cars. Mm-hmm. You could probably put the hood back on, right? Do a couple little things to it, and you could probably flip those cars and double your money.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you only sell them for $6,000.
I have Steve Janikowski, the guy from Eastbound and Down.
Yeah.
He says, I'll do 10 for both today, right now.
Do it.
Well, Steve Janikowski, get a hold of Merch Crick. He said 12 for the white one and 8 for the red one, all parts included. It might be worth it for her to lose money so Bubba will stop bitching. I'm not bitching. I just want them gone. And it looks like, I think she's priced them.
Wow, Stevie Janowski really might grab these Thunderbirds.
Well, Steve, get them.
I think, email
get a hold of Merch Crick.
Average Joe said he wants to make an offer. He's going to.
Average Joe is?
Yeah.
Now, listen, here's the deal. Don't make an offer. I know Average Joe. I know Aaron wouldn't do this.
Yeah.
But, don't make an offer and beat the bitch up by saying, hey, listen, you know what? I'll give you $4,500.
Well,
I'm saying, I think it's 6,000 firm. We can't go lower than that.
That's already bought the cream machine should buy him.
He was saying he wanted to make sure, he wanted to reach out to her. So he was just saying, hey, tell Bubba, I'll offer him.
Dude, she's got a bidding war on her hands now.
Yeah, Merch Crick. I got to tell her, I got to text her, don't take the first offer.
Who bought the truck that was such a disaster?
Oh, geez, Hootie.
Oh, yeah. What if he offers money?
He's
canceled.
He's what's it called? Not a granzata. What do you call?
Non grata.
Oh, yeah.
No love.
His cash doesn't work here.
What's it called? What's it called when you're
persona non grata?
Yeah, when somebody's not welcomed
yeah,
anymore.
It's a persona non grata, means like not welcome.
Right. So anyway, listen, you guys go to her merch. Go to her Merch Crick page. I think that's how you can reach out and message her. She said she just texted me and said that she had 2 solid offers. I said don't take the first offer. You know what, Dan? I think she should reword her story and say 6,000 or best offer, OBO.
Well, doesn't she have Stevie Janowski offering her like 20 or something?
The offers are already exceeding her listed price, so you don't need OBO.
Yeah,
okay.
she just
You're like, bidding war open.
All right, so just be Merch Crick. I think you're listening. Take all offers and take the highest one.
Would you?
And thank you so much for keeping him off my plate, and great job. I don't thank her and commend her enough. Great job. What was that, Seth?
If she got like 15 grand or something for the cars, let's just say total, would you give any of that money to Chad for telling you that it was undervalued?
How do you give money to Chad?
You'd be like, hey, you get the reverse PayPal deal.
I don't know how that would work.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm just giving away money. I know, bad subject.
Well, no, I mean, they're her cars. I don't have anything to do with the money. The money's not going to me. They're going to her.
Greg from Canada, $20.
You know that she just lost her mom exactly a year ago. Or no, not even a year ago. And so she's trying to go through, because her mom's house is right beside her house, and she's trying to go through, and I think these Thunderbirds had something to do with her mom, and so she's just trying to get rid of this stuff, and and
was a Thunderbird ever a guy's car, or was it always like a girl's car?
I think a Thunderbird was, I don't know, I think it might have been a unisex car.
Because the modern Thunderbird was absolutely a girl's car. It was tiny. Jay and I rented one once in California, and we felt so stupid.
Yeah, well, I think the new. I think these Thunderbirds are pretty big. I mean, they don't.
No, the old Thunderbirds were big. The new Thunderbird, the modern Thunderbird 2, whatever they called it, was a silly vehicle.
Anyway, hopefully
these will be sold before the end of the show.
She asked me to talk about it today, and I told her I would. And hopefully she is, talking to people or getting messages, and she'll have them sold soon. And it'll be maybe more. Maybe we'll get lucky and get a couple people into a little bit of a bidding war, and maybe we'll get a little more than 6,000. Maybe we won't.
There you go.
But I know they'll at least sell for 6. Both.
Yeah.
Together.
I think that's pretty.
I think that's a steal.
Confident.
It's a steal.
Yeah, it is.
When we get back, we're going to talk about the divas in space. They went up in Jeff Bezos's spaceship, which is really technically not, I don't think this thing can make it to the International Space Station. I think this thing just blows this little, the rocket goes off, it ejaculates this little head of a capsule, and then that thing floats around space a little bit. And then, I think they have these little thrusters that kind of breaks through the orbit and makes them fall back down to Earth, and I think a big parachute comes out and they catch him in the ocean somewhere.
No, this one went to the desert.
Oh, this one went to the parachuted?
It's like fighting somebody.
Parachuted?
Yes, parachuted to the desert.
I wonder how hard that landing is.
It's a good question. What if Gayle knows?
We have... Oh, Gayle from CBS went, right?
Yeah, Oprah was there too.
Did Oprah go?
Yes, of course. Her girlfriend's there.
So hold on.
She was in the air?
No. She was down. She was on Earth.
Yeah, Oprah said, "Bitch, I ain't going. I'm worth too much money."
He needs 2 inches to get her in the air.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
At high doses, fluoride hurts the brain, but low doses helps the teeth. And I just don't know what if there's like this much in the water and you drink water from tap 30% of the time, what's your dose? You know what I mean? So it's so variable because some people drink a lot of tap water, some people drink 0 tap water.
Seth drinks core.
That's right. It doesn't have fluoride.
I know I got microplastics.
And I don't know if bathing in it makes a difference. It's not going to make.
I don't think you got microplastic because I think the bottle is thick enough where it might not shed.
It all degrades, Bubba. It all degrades.
In your testicles.
Yep.
Well, here's the thing. Like those real cheap Sam's Club fucking bottles of water that are like 0.00001 inch thick. But Core's got like a sturdy bottle to it where it would seem like it would hold up better.
I think it's some bullshit.
That's my understanding of Kizor.
Growing up, how's it with that?
What about you, Kush?
You always drink cans.
Part of your attraction to Core is probably the phallic-like Lexington steel canister.
Yeah, that's the attraction to it.
Drink aluminum.
Drink plastic. Now it's drink aluminum again.
Some of the aluminum comes off. Some of the plastic comes off. It all comes off. At least we're not drinking out of lead bowls anymore. Lead pipes for water. That was poisoning people.
I'm in the 40 to 64 category of preventative exams. That's cool.
Hey, chat. Thank you for being cool about the T-Birds. I think that's a pretty good deal. Hopefully she gets. Hopefully she gets them sold today. Because I like to get them out of there.
So John Kustika. I like the Kluber, kind of like that Titanic ship.
My insurance is fucked. Lummy, can you find out who the CEO of my insurance company is? And the next time he'll be at a conference.
Oh yeah, easy. Is it the general?
I actually am not sure. I just got the text from my doctor that I owe them money. Money. I'm gonna say you waived that $100 fucking fee, buddy.
Yeah.
This lady was with me for 20 minutes.
Yeah, fuck that thing.
Yeah, I do feel better, man. Finally my bronchial's gone.
Oh, good. You sound much better.
Yeah.
What's up, super bad human? Kraken.
Doxycycline is what did it for me.
I'm glad it worked. Stroll, group lips. Retarded. Same redneck.
What's up, Jay Bowler?
Yeah, the other person would. It's too late now, but Terry Glenn would help you with those cars, Bo. He would have pulled them out, got rid of them for you. He's helped me sell a couple cars.
Patrick Areno keeps kicking back. Ah, there we go. Sweet, Patrick. Thank you.
So that's how they slow down. They do an air blast at the end. That's like decelerates it. The capsule before it lands on the. John Bradley. Jay Bowler. Yeah, Phil, I agree with you. Gene would be helpful on that. Gilson.
broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
So they blew up I'm so sorry.
Blew into space.
They launched into space one of Jeff Bezos's rocket ships. You know, there's I don't know why, I guess all billionaires are all the 2 richest people in the world, or top 5 richest people in the world, between Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, wants to make this mad dash, or be, space explorers.
Well, don't forget the Virgin guy has it too.
Oh, Richard Branson?
Yeah, Richard Branson.
I like him too.
But is it for ego, or is it for bona fidely trying to make money?
I mean, if it's $200,000, $250,000 a spot to go up there, I'd have to say it's about money.
But I think it's about.
But that thing looks like it costs more than $1 million to build and launch.
Yeah, but here's the deal.
Doesn't it?
Here's the deal. I think the $20,000 per space is just what they have to. It might cover their fuel. But
$250, you mean?
But
Well, that's the Virgin. The Blue Origin is $300,000.
So what I'm saying is, what they charge people to go can't even come close to what the R&D and the manufacturing and just all of the billions and billions of dollars that they probably have involved in these projects. But I think that because for the most part, I think the United States of America has kind of gotten out of spaceships, so to speak, with the retirement of the space shuttle, that we don't. I think that all satellites, space station visits, and all that now is third party outside of the government, and the government contracts third party people to do all of our space stuff, whether it's launching a satellite or space exploration. I think they sub it out now to people like Elon, Virgin Atlantic, and Bezos. And I think that's where the money is. Because I don't think that we are. I think we pretty much defunded, and I think it might have been with Barack, or maybe George W. I don't know, but I think we defunded NASA to the point where we still have it, and it's still a subsidiary of of the United States of America. But I think that we're not in the R&D trying to build stuff that will make it up to the space station. I think we're third partying that out. And so when, Elon blasts off a new satellite dish, a new satellite for, satellite communications, cellular communications, or he's sending, a manned crew to the space station, I think that he does that and then sends the United States of America a very large bill. Right? I mean, why? Yes. There's no other way. They're just not doing this to say, hey, we can go to space because I'm Jeff Bezos and I'm worth $1 zillion. These people that are this influential and this rich usually just don't. They blow money in a lot of different ways, yachts and private aircraft and sex islands and things like that. But I don't think that I think space exploration and space and satellite launching is like next level expensive, that you have to have a business model to try to get it to pay for itself or make money, or you don't do it.
Yeah, it looks like U.S. Air Force pays SpaceX $316 million per launch.
See, so Dan, I'm right in the fact that Elon didn't get into the SpaceX program just to say I can go to space. He did it because the United States government says we don't have the ability and we're not in the rocket ship development game anymore. We will pay you X amount of dollars for every time we send somebody to space. And it looks like...
Do you think that's a better plan, Bubba? I mean, seriously, look at the last 50 years. Do you think we were better off when the government was building the spacecraft or when we privatized it?
Well, two things. I think they're better because I think the United States of America is better to rent than to buy because of the liability issues of when we lose people. And I don't think SpaceX has had a disastrous death thing yet. I don't think anybody outside of the government has had a catastrophic event that took human lives. And so with that, when the last human life was would have been the re-entry of, was that Columbia or was that the one that came apart upon re-entry?
That wasn't Columbia. That wasn't Challenger.
We've had two.
It was Columbia. Then it was Columbia. Challenger was the first one that blew up on the way up, and then Columbia blew up on the way down.
Yeah. So Columbia was the last one, and as it was entering it's so hot.
Had bad tiles.
It's so hot upon re-entry because you're traveling so fast. There's so much friction that the heat treated tiles came off the nose of the plane, which literally caused the whole entire thing to incinerate. So with that, Dan, don't you think probably comes lawsuits?
Either way, they comes lawsuits. But I don't think the government's scared of a lawsuit because the government is A, you can't sue the king, and B, it's got unlimited funds.
But you got lawsuits with manufacturing, defective tile. It's just really it's way more messy to own a car and get in a wreck than to lease a car. I mean, I just think it's easy. It's cleaner for us to write them a check. You get them to space. We'll write you a check, and we're done with it.
Didn't Fabrizi tell you about renting and buying and things like that? You could throw the rockets in there.
I mean, if it
rent a rocket, don't buy it.
If it
floats,
if it flies or floats, it's cheaper to rent it.
That's right.
And the F part is having sex. So if you're having sex, it floats or it flies, it's cheaper in the long term to rent it.
That's right.
I mean, like a boat. I mean, Dan, oh my God, I could talk to you about the pain in the assness of owning a boat.
Yes.
And how much money would have you saved instead of owning that boat, which is a money pit? From the slip that you have to buy every month because you don't. I mean, what was your slip fee? $750?
Oh, it was like $1,000.
Okay, to having a captain because when you Jay's here.
Yes.
High karate. He must be light on the high karate today. I don't smell it.
Give it a second.
Yeah. Give it a second. Wait for it. Jay can help with the boat.
I was so smart I didn't do it.
Oh, you weren't.
Yeah, he said bought his own boat that just collects dust.
Yeah, you know what? I guarantee you his boat that collects dust is still, at this very moment, $450,000 less of a pain in the ass than your boat you had. I'm just saying, as it collects dust and is not used, he's still $500,000 to the good compared to what you were on.
Probably.
Okay, thank you. You got to have, when you got a boat that's over 56, 57 feet long, you got to have a full-time captain. You got to have a full-time boat slip. Something's always breaking down.
Always.
So how much more money would you have, Dan, if you when you used the boat, whether it was fishing, boys' night out, what if the many times that we use it in various different things.
Engine rebuild, hull fix repairs.
I could own a space program.
No, hold on. No, Dan. Instead, we just called. Unfortunately, you guys didn't know Jimmy had a boat 3 boats down, and you just would have said, Jimmy, how much to rent Spartacus for the weekend? $7,000. No problem. Write you a check. Write that $7,000 check. When you get done, you walk off the boat and you don't look back. How much more, Dan? Do you know how many $7,000 weekend trips we could have gone on?
Yeah. How many wooden helicopters? I mean, we have all kinds of stuff.
I'm just saying, right? Same with the plane. Rent it.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. The annual on our plane was $46,000 a year, and that's if they didn't find anything wrong.
Could we have done like Airbnb on that?
They do it.
Yeah.
They didn't at that time, did they?
No, not back then.
Could you imagine that?
We would have had to go on what they call a Part 35, which is a different insurance that you get because you're now.
We would have covered that.
No, I gotta tell you. I mean, Part 35 is a whole nother price range.
Yeah, well.
The best way to do it is just to have a plane and just circulate amongst friends that you got a plane and you only rent it to your friends and you don't got to Part 35 it.
Well, what we did was great. Splitting it with each other.
Yeah, we had it split 4 ways. It was. That's the way to do it. Except Steve hogged it up all the time. Hi, who's this? I'm like, Steve, we're
Hey,
split.
brother,
I'm like, I remember calling Steve one time when he had it booked when I needed it, and I hadn't flown on it for by the way, it was originally my plane.
Right.
And I split it up 3 different ways with the Diacos. And then Steve just boss hogs it all the time, and I needed to have it for a weekend. I actually had to have Tom call him and give him the good news. Steve.
Give him the business.
Bubba's taking the plane. You've had it 2 weekends in a row, and you've just gone to Miami. You can drive one weekend, you son of a bitch.
He's the kind of guy, though, if he has it, he's going to use it.
I know.
He doesn't let things sit still.
You're right. Hello, go ahead, sir. You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, this is Patrick up in Vermont. Just calling to say hi and thank you all for a great program. I had a couple questions for you. I'm not able to get your podcast on Apple anymore.
Oh, Seth? Are you familiar with that, Seth?
I am not.
Are you sure? I mean,
Apple is our most listened to platform for podcasts.
Really?
I mean, should we go to...
I don't know.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't been able to get one since the 1st of March. Or not March, excuse me, April. Since the 1st of April.
So it's just not like when you type in the Bubba Army for podcasts through Apple, just nothing comes up, or there's just nothing new?
There's nothing new. The only ones that are, I think the last one that I'm able to see is March 25th.
So maybe our aggregator, Seth, somehow is missing the Apple link.
It's not, Bubba.
Oh.
I mean, Bubba, this is where half our listens come from. If it wasn't working, we would know about it right away. And now we're getting chat filled up saying, I just listened to it on Apple yesterday.
I got April 14th here. It says Bubba exclusive, April 14th.
Yeah.
Sir?
Bigs.
Delete your app and reinstall it.
Sir?
Yeah.
Delete your app and redo it, because I got Seth, who runs the joint, and I got everybody on chat, and Dan just pulled it up. Everybody's pulling it up on Apple saying that it's working.
Okay, no problem. Then it's obviously a problem on my end. And one other thing, Dr. Dan, Roth Speed, they're a little boutique car builder up here in Vermont. They have what's called the Split Ray. And it's completely carbon fiber, hand-built replica of like a 62 or a 63 Stingray, and the thing is beautiful.
What's it called again?
Split Ray. It's from Roth
Guy.
It's called Dan Doesn't Need Another Car. Thank you for your call, sir. It's called Dan Doesn't Need Another Car.
Kit car vet guy.
Yeah, Dan.
That's what that is. Carbon
Dan,
fiber.
that's
kit car,
not what
vet
you
guy.
are. You're not a kit car guy.
I'm not a kit car guy.
No.
Fucking Godspeed, ladies.
All right, so Gayle from CBS. Who were the
Katy Perry.
Katy Perry. Gayle from CBS. Is that the only real famous people, Seth?
There were a couple of female journalists, and then there was one other star. What was she from?
Well, we got Lauren Sánchez.
Her.
Bezos' wife.
Yeah.
Girl.
Bezos is like, I'm going to send my wife up there.
That's right.
I got a $7 zillion insurance policy on her.
He took a lick yesterday.
Who? I saw him. Bezos fall over.
We're cheering you on from
Let's
planet
launch
Earth.
this rocket.
Termination system is armed.
And by the way,
Could it be more phallic?
Could it be more penis-like?
Yeah.
T-minus 22 seconds and counting.
And you know what? I'm not a big space guy, but I've been told this is kind of like
Jobber space?
No, space light.
It is.
Yeah, jobber.
It's not.
But they were floating. I mean,
I know, but I mean,
for 4 minutes.
I mean,
They don't really orbit. It's like tourism space.
I thought it was 10 minutes.
The whole thing's 10 minutes.
It's tourism space. He gets just beyond what's considered the Earth's atmosphere, and goes like 1,500 feet above that, and you're officially in space.
It's like the gambling cruises. They go like 3 miles
Right.
and start busting out the
You're
cards.
not really at a casino. You're at a boat that's got a roulette table, okay?
That's right.
And they go into international waters, and they float around for a few hours, try to take your money, and that's it. But you're not at, like, the Hard Rock or nothing. Do they even have those gambling cruises anymore, or do the people like the Hard Rock and stuff put them right out of
No, they
business?
still have them.
Why would you want to go on there?
Cheap tables.
Yeah.
Perks. Food. Buffet.
Free watered down drinks.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7,
How nervous
6,
would you be?
5, 4, command engine start, 2, 1, ignition. Liftoff.
Now, I wonder how much, like, are they strapped? They got to be strapped in.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they're strapped in, right?
Right.
But they're not doing anything to drive it.
No, of course not. But I got to think that that's probably some G's.
Oh yeah. It's probably 4 or 5 G's. And,
Right.
and they're wearing their, their Louis Vuitton spacesuits.
New Shepard has cleared the tower.
Looks so fake.
You know what? It's so cool and real looking, and 4K or whatever they shoot things in now are so clear that it does make things look fake, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. It really did there. They're screaming.
Now, why aren't they showing the
camera in the capsule?
I want to see Gayle with her face all folded back at 5 Gs.
They're all passed out.
I want to
right
see
now.
Katy Perry's
what
cleavage.
floats out of her when she's getting zero gravity.
I want to see Katy Perry's big jugs
floating,
heaving when we got 5 Gs on them.
6,000 feet climbing.
Now, does it show the ejaculation
Yes,
of
it does.
the capsule off the rocket ship? Now, when Jeff Bezos does things like this has got to be a law. Like, this isn't a governmental contract, or this has got to be this is just a PR stunt for his bit, because you're not making money with this. You know how much money this probably cost him?
Oh, that rocket launch probably cost him $20 million.
Right.
Down for Q limiting.
And there's not a government writing a check because you blew off a satellite into space for him.
He's not getting $30 million from the government.
Engine response looks good.
Now it's like parasailing.
There's like no research quality coming back from this. It's like maybe they're doing some research with the rocket technology, and I think they got the booster to land again. But as far as like development, technology, satellites, communication, security, cybersecurity,
it's not for that, though.
I know that. It's a vanity project for a bunch of people that can pay $300,000, like the guy from Star Trek last time.
It's the new Space Mountain.
He did it at 90-something.
It's the new Space Mountain. It's a ride.
Yeah, it's right. It's the
which
new...
is fine, which is great. God bless him. I think it's awesome. I know a lot of people that would love to do that. I would love to do that. But, obviously he's not going to Mars in that
Steve
thing.
ain't going to let you do that. You may want to do that, but Steve's shooting that bitch right on down to 0. He's going to tell you every which way that things could go wrong and how much the family needs you.
Max Q.
Well, who's going to, fix all of us when we're broken? You.
Who fixes me when I'm broken?
Well, we can send, Steve can go, but you can't go. Steve, I tell you what, you can go, but Dan can't go.
Dynamic pressure.
Who's going to write us a script when we got a runny nose at night? No, Steve can't do that.
Mach 1.
Just like Jay says, Dan's a dick until you need him.
But Dan will tell you right now that I'm a supportive son of a gun.
You've really turned up your Dan support. I will give it to you.
I am loyal to a fault to the people that I love.
Neil Mount puts here $100.
Oh my God! Thank you.
Vehicle is supersonic. Engine back up to full throttle.
Supersonic. We have passed through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. That's when the stresses between the atmosphere and...
It looks like Oprah's having a heart attack.
It looks like a dugout, like a crappy baseball field.
So supersonic is faster than the speed, right?
Yeah.
Engine back up to full throttle.
Which one of our military jets can do in about 2 seconds.
Right.
Literally after takeoff. When they go straight up listen, I think one of our old F-35s could actually climb faster and higher than this.
We have passed through max Q, maximum dynamic pressure. That's when the stresses between the atmosphere and the speed are at their maximum. So to punch through that is so important. You see the BE-3 engines is firing beautifully. You see see the stream of steam behind it. Those ladies right now are having an incredible view on their way to space.
They're looking straight up with their face, you know.
Yeah, they're just looking at the sky.
Right.
Passing through 80,000 feet, 1,300 miles per hour. They're going to peak at about...
Hold on, 1,300 miles per hour. That ain't that fast.
Yeah, it only takes about 800 miles an hour to crack the speed of sound.
2,300 miles an hour. Over.
All right, now hold on. Now if they're going 2,300, that's hauling some mail.
Mach 3, 3 times the speed of sound.
That's pretty fast. That's fast. And most fighter jets don't do Mach 3.
No, they can't. And then the other thing is, they still got as they're probably in their little space seats, strapped in every which way, they're probably going through, maybe one of the reasons why they don't want to have an in-camera gimmick is because their faces are all peeled back. Like they're 5-6 Gs here.
There's other Blue Origin that have inside capsules.
Coming up.
Maybe they didn't take it.
They have the cameras.
Yeah.
They just aren't publishing the footage.
It's out. I sent you 2 videos of them inside.
No, we're talking about on the launch though.
Oh
no, yeah, not when they're floating.
I got the 2 videos. I'm going to play of them floating. I don't have any video of this part of where they're facing a ton of G's and they're the fat
it's looking straight up at the sky.
Gale's fat double chins flapping in the wind. Not that I don't have a triple chin, and I'd probably I couldn't do this. I'd probably smother myself with my face. What happened to Bubba? Well, he was going up on one of these space gimmicks. It was 5 Gs, and his third chin flipped over his nose and killed him.
Done killed himself. He smothered himself.
Bubba smothered himself. Bubba had to go do 3 months of Dan gobble reduction in order for Bubba to qualify.
Cut off. We will turn off the engine, but the 2 craft, the capsule and the booster, will continue their ascent to space.
Stand by, Miko.
And there you saw the main engine is turned off. We're now going to separate the capsule from the booster, and at that point, Kristen, that's when
there's a booster. Now, does Bezos got the kind of technology that the booster will come down and land right on a penny?
No.
Or does it just crash into the ocean?
Yeah, he's just glad to land
all
on the
6
planet.
astronauts are going to start to feel the
landed.
Yeah,
what?
I think
this time it landed. His first time.
weightlessness, and shortly thereafter, we're going to let them unbuckle.
And that right there is the most critical milestone of this whole ascent. Oprah watching her best friend go to space.
Whatever. If I was there, man, Seth Kushner wouldn't be there crying for me.
No.
He'd be wishing it would blow up so he could have my show. Oh my God, Gayle made it. Oh my God, Gayle made it.
If you want to see when it comes down to 8:55.
8:55.
Yeah.
Hold on. This shows the people that are on board right here.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right, so it does appear that this live stream has briefly gone to black once again. As soon as it gets back up and running, we, of course, will bring that to you.
They're just doing that for effect, because everybody's thinking they might have blown it up.
So
you know what I'm saying?
Who are these people? Who's Aisha Bowe?
I don't know.
Yeah, 2 of them, I think.
Kerianne Flynn?
I don't know.
Journalists, I believe.
Lauren Sánchez? Is that Bezos' fiance?
Yeah.
Let me fish on the J. 25 on the PayPal.
Aisha Bowe is looks like a engineer.
Mm-hmm. We were hearing that perhaps Katy Perry was going to sing. Let's listen in.
Landing spot just 2 miles north of where it's taken off from. At the top of the rocket, you see a couple of fins that have popped out. Those are to stabilize the rocket as it comes into land. Shortly thereafter,
years ago, truly the stuff.
So where does it show the ejaculation of I think it's right here. Is that the?
No,
it's about to land.
They didn't
right
show
there.
it though. That's where they lost camera feed. Is where they ejaculated.
They lost camera feed when it ejaculated the head off of it.
Yeah.
Shortly thereafter, you will see the drag brakes that deploy that will cut the speed of the rocket in half.
So the rocket's now headed. They've ejaculated the head off into space, and now the rocket engine part is
the booster
falling down. It's got these air brakes on it.
And then in the last moments,
and there it is. We can see it from the stage.
There comes the rocket down. It's going to relight its engine. We're going to also see a sonic boom. We're going to hear that shortly here.
Now, does it land like Elon's does?
Yeah, first time, I believe.
And remember, this is something.
I wish it would come back, triple the speed that it went up, and then just hit the crowd. That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it?
No more Oprah.
That had never been done before until just a few years ago. Truly the stuff.
Truly, you should be able to get away from it if you saw it coming down towards you, right?
Of science fiction that you're about to watch in just seconds.
I mean, that thing's coming down at 500 miles an hour, Bubba.
Faster than that.
How do you run away from that?
I mean, it would be pretty cool to hear, to be on the ground and hear this thing. Now it's lighting up its motors.
I've done it. I've been in the ocean and Cocoa Beach and heard it happen. The sonic boom and everything.
Smoke.
Looks like my track when I don't got enough water on it.
Smoke and mirrors. Chris Angel.
And booster touchdown, welcome home, New Shepard.
There you go.
Yeah, then E55s when they then they start floating for a while, like 2-3 minutes.
All right, shortly here, like the guide parachutes. There go the drogue parachutes.
Now, are they already parachuting down?
Yes.
So they just go up.
Well, Jay said, 4 minutes?
I think that's a total flight time is a maximum of 4 minutes.
4 minutes. It's 4 minutes of weightlessness, I think.
So once
the whole thing's 10 minutes.
Once the space capsule ejaculates the head off of it, then the head, after it stops going up, which gravity is going to make, then it just starts free falling.
It's not orbiting. It does not orbit.
Right. It just goes up.
It's a parabolic. It just goes up. It just goes up
and then goes down.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like that amusement ride at Busch Gardens that goes all the way up. Then it just
slingshot.
Yeah, it's like the slingshot.
Just free falling right there until those drogues came out.
And then next will be the main parachutes that get
This part looks
pulled
scary
out.
to me. No water. They're landing in the desert. I don't think I'd like this part.
Hear that screaming inside the capsule?
And all 3 parachutes reefing, and they will.
This is such a bunch of bull crap. This ain't going to space. These aren't astronauts. They're not hanging out, orbiting the Earth. They're just going. This is like a glorified amusement ride.
And who's screaming? Are they screaming from within the capsule?
Yeah.
There's people on the land, on the ground screaming.
You ever hear the term squeal like little girls?
Slowing the capsule to a nice, smooth 10, 15 miles an hour.
They spent more time designing their costumes than they did their ride.
They spent more time putting on their eyelashes than they did in space.
And I tell you, Kristen, from having gone through all of the simulations, I have gone through all of the training. They put you in the capsule that simulates all of this.
All right, is this where it
going to be
finally...
landing north and east of the launch pad, coming down softly and beautifully. 500 feet.
And you will see a puff of smoke when it touches down. A puff of dust. That's normal.
A puff of dust, last milliseconds. Air cushion that will kick up the dust. It's a very soft landing despite the sporty perception. There it is.
Whatever. Seth sent me 2 videos of these bitches up there frolicking around. I'll get to that next. What those girls were actually doing.
They have a pillow fight?
Yeah, they did. They had a pillow. They should have had a top. They should have had a topless pillow fight.
Yeah, it would have been way better.
That would have been way better. Something I would have watched. We'll do that next. Hold on.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com
right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
left at my office like 3 or 4 years ago that's such shitty quality, but it's got all of the video. It's got 2 discs. One is the audio, one is the video. I think maybe Big Hands John. I don't know. It's a guy named John came by my office.
We need to get into the boys.
I'm going to give it to him right now.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Maybe I could just get in the capsule with the parachutes on and go for a ride.
The exhilarating part, it's probably pretty exhilarating going up and down. It's just kind of
well, I mean, it's cool you get to be in space, and then there's the whole fact of you thinking you're going to die the whole time.
At any second.
Which is probably the best, which would be the best way to go out, I think, is going into space.
Is just get blown up?
Well, just being in space, I mean, trying something not a lot of people have done. Obviously, it's an everyday thing for aliens.
Yeah, if those little alien fuckers can do it, why can't we?
Oh, yeah, no, they're great at it. I believe they told us how to build rockets.
Yeah, I think we took them captive and said, show us how to build these motherfuckers, and then, or we're going to kill you.
Your Honor, may I approach for a second?
Of course, buddy.
I got something on my... Where can I show you without a camera?
Yeah. We got 2 minutes.
Yeah, it'll take 30 seconds.
30 seconds. 30 seconds, we'll be back. 30 seconds, everybody. We get an off-air thing that is happening right now. Thank you. What's up, redneck? Pappy, as soon as I understand crypto, we'll get it launched, baby. As soon as I can get a grasp on it. I kind of understood NFTs.
But just practice that simple,
What's
exact,
up, Mr. Costa?
word for word.
Yep.
Right, just like Big Daddy Joe did.
Thank
How
you,
about
Mitch.
I'm not promising you nothing.
But how about that?
But yeah,
My son goes,
we can have some fun.
My son goes, Trey's like, how does he do that?
Yeah,
I'm like,
but at work you need to tell him over and over.
I will. That's the mantra for all of us, Bubba. We need to just get that in his head.
Yeah.
What's up, Thomas?
That's, it's great for him to say, yeah, no one's there for me. Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God.
Right?
Berto. Thanks,
I love him to
dude.
death. What's up, everybody? Where are we on the thumbs up? 28 seconds.
Maybe I'll develop crypto that you can only use at weed stores like CanPay.
There you go. Do they got that?
They have weed apps that that you can use at the dispensaries. Yeah.
That's crypto.
Pretty much. Well, no, it's just it's a weed app.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you are interested in attending, your Bubba Army royalty, of course. Sorry, you need to put that part in there first. And you are interested in attending the Bubba birthday 199, April 25th. Lummy's asking you to contact him, please.
Yes, please.
Like to get get a little bit of a head count. Let me see what. Okay, I got something's going on. Okay, cool. Never mind. I had something potted up. Seth sent me a couple different shots of these girls, Gayle, Katy Perry, the Sánchez chick, who I think is Jeff Bezos' either fiance or girlfriend.
Fiance.
And this is them. I'm assuming this is because when they were blasting up, they couldn't have been gravity. They were, they were in some type of seats.
Well, they had helmets too when they take off. So this is after they took the vomit out of
No, they don't.
They don't even have to wear a helmet?
I watched an example, and they don't have helmets on.
Do they have seats?
Yeah, they have seats.
Yeah, if not, they'd be plastered against
No.
Let me see if you can find that picture for me of what they look like when they take off.
Hey, you're right up there. Flynn, I got you. I got you, Flynn. Oh, the moon. You guys, I have to tell you, look at the moon. Look. Okay. Look at the moon. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Whoa. That's amazing.
That's cool as hell, man.
300 grand.
I mean, yeah, I'd have to have some. I'd
have a sponsor.
Like she had to sponsor the Bahamas.
Did Bezos really charge him $300,000?
Well, not his girl, I'm sure. And
no,
I'm sure
but
Oprah paid.
And Oprah paid for Gayle's, and Katie's got more money than any.
And they got so much publicity from it. Did they say once anything negative about the billionaire throwing off rockets? I mean.
1, 2, 3. Taking up space! Tamir's in space.
This is spring break in a rocket ship.
They are taking up space.
Spring break in a rocket ship.
I love it.
It looks like Cocoon in a rocket ship.
That's what it should have been called. Spring break in a rocket ship.
It's okay.
Listen, what's next? Topless? I mean, we need to do topless strippers.
There we go.
Press them against the glass.
Put them on the glass.
I mean, come on, that's
gravity free.
I know that we're an idiot if we believe that they were actually in space, but I mean, I still think that's if I had unlimited funds, I would pay the money to go up there, but only for a few minutes. I wouldn't want to be up there any longer.
But I sent you what it looks like, and it looks like when Michael Strahan went up.
Okay, let me see.
Flynn, bye.
There's Katy Perry. She looks good. Her jugs heaving out of that space, that astronaut uniform.
It looks like she's wearing like two uniforms, Bubba, to really hold them down.
Tighten it up.
Yeah, she has like a sports bra cincher with a neoprene kicker.
Flynn, I got you. Flynn.
Is that Gayle?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Stuffed animals.
Flynn, can I get that? Oh, the moon. You guys, I have to tell you, look at the moon. That's amazing.
Dumb bitches in space is what it should be called.
Look, they literally have their own numbered window. This is like a tourism thing. Look at it. I mean,
look at
it's
the
cool.
blue line.
You're
Oh my
right.
gosh.
But you're just looking at the curvature of the Earth.
The video's not up.
Wow. That's our pink moon. Okay. Now it's time to look out that way. Oh my gosh.
I mean, after the first 5 or 8 seconds of it, it just seems very repetitive. We're just floating around.
They're all showing the merch they're going to come back and sell.
And why are you showing me? I want to see outside.
I think that's her set list. I think she announced for her tour.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
There you go.
Self-promotion and all of this. It's
Whoa,
tax write-off.
whoa. That's amazing.
Gayle's already buckled
Yeah,
back
Gayle
in.
freaked out and strapped in, I think.
Yeah. She's not floating.
She had enough. Gayle's used to being strapped in.
Oh boy.
Lummy, did you send me something?
Yeah, I sent you what it looks like when they take off and everything. This is the one that looks like Michael Strahan went in.
Weightless. We are weightless.
Hey, I guess it's just not as sexy when it's a bunch of dudes because this I didn't even hear about this.
Yeah. So they all. This is what it looks like
pre-takeoff
while you're on the ground, right?
Yep.
And they got you like in a See, this is I find more interesting.
This looks like the ride at Disney when we were kids, doesn't it? No.
Space Mountain?
Yeah. No, the one before Space Mountain where it was the launch off.
If I'm right here, I'm thinking this is either going to be the coolest thing ever, or I'm going to die. I mean, really. I mean, like, there's not a lot of variables here.
Now, those are the only two options.
It's either going to go real well, and it's going to hold together, and it's going to, the rocket, the engine's going to ejaculate the head of this spaceship into space, and at that point we can unbuckle and float around like a bunch of crazy whatever, and then the parachutes are going to come out, and we're going to land safely on the ground, or during the ejaculation portion where the head ejaculates off, it blows up. I mean, that could happen.
Yeah.
Or at any time during the thrust up, while it's really, 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 I forget what they call that point. There's one point where it's like where they're really, really gassing the thing up before they let it go. At that point, when the Challenger or whatever space shuttle, it was at that point where it blew up.
John Kostika, $100.
Thank you. Johnny K. Steel Slinging. Valparaiso. Love you. So, listen, there's like 4 critical points here. 1, takeoff. Because that engine's got you're taking a really heavy object and you got to get it going fast. And so there's so much fuel and so much propulsion, and so that could go awry. Remember, it was a 37-cent O-ring that failed when the space shuttle,
the Challenger.
Yeah, the Challenger. Mm-hmm. It was a less than $1 O-ring that froze.
And it was just one single heat shield panel on the way down, and the other one.
Yeah. So okay. I'm like, okay, we're gonna get blasted off. If I can make it through blast off, okay, check. And then if I can make it upon where the capsule ejaculates off of the engine, that goes good. Check. Then once I'm up here, can this thing stay together? Check. And then 3, when we're descending at a zillion miles an hour, are the parachutes going to not? Because listen, sometimes you have parachute failure where they blow a panel out or something like that. And all of a sudden, instead of hitting the ground at 10 miles an hour, Lummy, you're hitting the ground at 200 miles an hour.
That's right.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if you're going to make it at 200.
Probably not.
Didn't they say that the astronauts in the space shuttle, they were alive when they hit the water? I read the Challenger.
The original one?
The original one with Sally Ride and all that. When it blew up, remember it blew up?
Yeah.
Okay, well, they say, and I guarantee you can Google it or Bing it. I guarantee I've read this, that they said that the cockpit was made to separate from any type of situation.
Yeah, it looks like they said they were conscious.
They were conscious.
Yeah.
What?
When they got killed when they hit the water at 7,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, I said the crew likely survived the explosion before the crash.
And so Jay, the cockpit was intact when it hit the water, and they were conscious. The explosion didn't kill them.
I can't believe that. And they didn't talk about that at the time.
No,
did they?
But it not really.
I don't remember. They really
don't want.
They
don't want people knowing about that
because that's a horrible way to die.
Yeah, and just think about this: if they had designed a parachute type deal, where if there's some type of catastrophic thing that this parachute comes out and slows them down, so they're not. Does it say how fast? I think I read a report one time where they said they hit the water like at 500 miles an hour.
Didn't say that. What's the capsule? It's 20 G's, but it's not sure. I'm trying to find it.
20
miles an hour.
Gs.
200 miles an hour.
200 miles an hour.
Yeah.
200 miles an hour, they hit the water.
Yep.
So the fact that it made it out of that initial explosion is mind-boggling because that was one of the most violent explosions.
Yeah, and it made it.
That's insane.
Look at Strahan.
Why didn't they show this from the female flight?
Why don't you quit screaming so we can hear it, idiots?
Whoa! We are up in the
Oh my God!
Blue control, yeah. Like a bat out of hell. Love it. Oh, that is awesome.
Bye, guys!
Oh, man. Wow.
Woo! Are we tilting
Love it.
Well, there's not so many. Like, there's not so many G's, Lummy, that this guy can't move his hands and stuff. Like, to me, it doesn't look like it's much. Like, their faces aren't planted back.
Engine's got to slow for atmosphere, right?
This guy here can still move his head around.
25,000 max Q. Look at this. Look at this.
They're putting hats on.
It's awesome.
The sun's in my eyes.
It'd be nice to do, Seth. How cool would it be to do that just really high, just like real high? Be like, oh yeah, dude, I'm on a rocket ship.
I'm not. I don't know, man. That might have to be a drug-free day.
No, really? I like to do it like real high and be like, oh yeah.
You wouldn't need to get
dude,
your mentals right.
I'd get my mentals right.
There's
man.
no-
I'd
for
be
sure.
I'd be tuned up.
You
man.
cannot. I don't think you can mentally prepare to go into space.
Well, I go to space every night.
Oh, yeah. Jesus. We are nominal. Yeah.
Mark over here.
Oh.
Oh my God. Jeez. Oh, we are floating.
Oh, so now, Lummy, this is where the rocket ship's separating from the head?
I think it just did.
Yeah.
Wait for seatbelt.
So now at that point, that's probably all the propulsion you're going to get, and now you're just floating.
All right, let's go.
So now once the engine's fallen off, now you can unbuckle and start rolling around like a bunch of monkeys, and no gravity.
Loosen your belt.
What's up?
Can we get that picture?
Thank you. Okay. Oh, we are weightless.
everybody.
We are weightless.
Oh my God.
We are weightless.
Oh, easy.
That picture.
He's touching his hand. Easy, big fella.
Easy.
It's still gay even in space.
It's still gay even in space. Now
To look for the booster.
Yeah, me too.
Now, Lummy, is this?
They're coming back down to Earth.
Oh, so they only have a certain amount of time to float around.
That's right.
Yeah, 4
and then
minutes.
they tell them to get back into your chairs.
You see that little blue line? It's
All right, so here we
see
go.
that little blue line.
Gail wasn't
It's
missing
so
this opportunity.
tiny.
She was strapped in a minute earlier.
30 seconds through here.
What if you could strap yourself back in?
Oh, we
I
gotta-
know, dude.
All right,
Seth would be floating for about 60 seconds and restrapping 3 minutes.
I couldn't get the seatbelt on at the go-kart at Celebration Station. The kid had to help me. So I mean, I don't know if I can get back in this one.
Seth can't get the go-kart at Celebration Station strap on. He's not getting a full-blown rocket ship on.
No way.
All right, so once that alarm goes off, let me must mean get back to your
back.
chair.
I gotta get my feet
Waist.
under.
Oh, see, that'd
There
be
we
me.
go.
Oh, Seth would be.
This
then
is
Seth would start getting anxiety. Need a K-pen.
I'd beg Michael Strahan to come just hold me down personally.
Yeah, just lay on top of me. Strahan, just strap yourself on top of me. All right, so they're all.
I think, huh?
It looks like you're just wearing a 5-point
Good,
racing
Cameron?
harness like
Oh,
you
that's
wear,
all. That's
Bubba.
all you're wearing. That's where you're wearing a 5-point racing harness. And here's the thing: it looks like it's a little bit more violent coming down.
Perfect. Cameron?
For sure.
All right, we're good.
This would be the part that would scare me.
Hey, 1,000 feet and we're on the ground. Oh my gosh, what a blast.
Could have kept the blonde out of there.
Yeah.
Oh, guess what?
Oh, yeah.
I want Shaq. Hey, I want Shaq and Barkley to go up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, boy.
That would be fun as hell. Charles, I don't want to do this. I'm scared.
I hope more rich celebrities do start doing this. I would be interested in watching them.
I would be interested in Shaq, Barkley, maybe Stephen A. Smith could give play-by-play.
Off the wall. Capsule.
They need to put a skylight in.
Yeah, bitch. Let's just be happy that we made it all the way up and all the way back. And
What's the next step? All right, look to the horizon. This is the first step.
Yeah, look to the horizon.
Okay.
Good tip, Wayne.
No,
Unless you want to
it's
torture
so much
yourself,
fun.
then
Oh,
look.
you gotta watch it. Watch it.
Well,
Come
we're
on.
landing on a mountain.
Jesus, she's brutal.
She's brutal.
Here it comes.
Strahan's probably it was the best thing ever, except for this
Strahan's
blonde lady
high.
yelling in my ears. He's quiet on the way down.
Oh!
It wasn't a soft landing.
No, that's not nearly that's not 10 miles an hour.
Oh.
Please.
She's Alan Shepard's daughter.
When we return,
I don't know why, but I'm so happy for all these rich people.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Here, damn it. Fox always gives you the regen after you do it. Now, if they give me a commercial here, I'm going to kill them. Absolutely kill them. I mean, I had this all lined up, ready to go. The pole vault. Yeah. I've been looking at skid steer parts.
All right, John, tomorrow is the deadline for Maine to comply with President Trump's order to ban transgender athletes from girls' sports. But
now, what if you're the governor of Maine and there's a federal mandate, Title 8, 9, 7, whatever the hell it is, where men cannot compete in women's sports? It's a federal mandate. And so is that going to basically the one thing the federals could police this would be not give any subsidies to any Maine-based universities or schools that don't comply? Is that the only recourse they have?
That's one of them.
Was she the one that got into it with Trump?
Yeah, at that dinner or something.
And she said, "I'll see you in court." And he said, "I look forward to it."
He goes, "I look forward to it, you old bag."
Yeah,
and we did pretty good, and we didn't win, but we did pretty good in Maine. I'd be watching myself if I was you.
I didn't think she was going to win any aspect of this since that day.
I don't know why she's doing this.
Keep budging. Let's bring in Alan Cornwall, a pole vault coach and judge in Maine, and your voice is so important in all of this, Coach. First, here's the Maine Governor Janet Mills responding to the president's demands for an apology. This was yesterday.
Hold on. She's not only not complying, but she's trying to reverse the heat and say, "Hey, Donnie, I need you to apologize to me. Because us Mainers, we want men competing against girls, making girls feel bad about themselves, having men dominate girls' sports. I can care what you are, Republican or Democrat. It's the right thing. It's just the right thing to do. You know what? Quite frankly, it's a no-brainer."
Well, she said that she supports Title IX. She just says that she doesn't like how Trump is writing the law.
Oh, okay.
She supports Title IX as long as biological
We're
men
going to
can
roll
get
on
Title
that as soon as
IX
we have it. It appeared to be something completely different. But, Coach, just first to give us your thoughts on this back and forth, and why won't she meet the demands, knowing this is what the people want?
Well, there's a few things here. She's trying to say that she's following the rule of law. And the two things that she's using, she says, "I've read the Constitution." And she's interpreting that as the executive orders aren't specifically written in the Constitution. But Article 2 of the Constitution gives the chief executive the power to create executive orders. And every president, with the exception of William Henry Harrison, has created executive orders. So this isn't something new that President Trump has done. Secondly, she's hanging her hat on what's called the Maine Human Rights Act, which is Maine's anti-discrimination law, but also forgetting there's a piece in that called the disparate impact. So it's while a rule or law appears fair on its surface, but when implemented, impacts a disparate class or protected class. And in this case, both sex, the girls, and gender identity, the trans athletes, are protected classes. So there are means and ways to do this. So you could cover both. You could have a tertiary category for the trans athletes.
So, yeah, I'm all for that.
Mm-hmm.
Female, boys, girls, and trans. If you identify as a trans, you're transitioning, then let's just give you your own category. You can compete against other trans athletes, not against the girls. You're obviously not good enough to be with the boys. And you can compete against, I know there's only 4 people in the entire track meet. But,
Right.
I mean, hey, this is the way we're going to interpret this law.
But, I mean, when do you see a female transitioning to a male sport and dominating?
Oh, you never will.
Right. Shows you the inherent unfairness in it.
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to buy time. Fox threw me to another goddamn
And it's another
commercial.
90-10 issue. She's on the wrong side of it. It's at least an 80-20 issue.
She looks like a bulldog. All right,
Line from Maine to comply with President Trump's order to ban transgender athletes from girls' sports, but the governor
God, Fox has just the worst player system.
doesn't seem to be.
It's called the Maine Human Rights tertiary category for the trans athletes, and I think that would solve all the problems. We've done that in the past with wheelchair athletes, and then it would meet all the requirements. It would meet Title IX. It would meet the Maine Human Rights Act, and we'd all be fine. But she will not do that. She's very stubborn. And then finally, Title IX has been enacted since 1972. This isn't a new law.
Okay, so Coach, those were her exact words. In fact, my issue is about the rule of law, pure and simple. It's not about transgender sports. It's about who makes the laws and who enforces the laws. Well, here's some of the voices, the Maine student athletes reacting to the Maine transgender student athlete policies. Listen.
My teammate came over to me and told me that she was going to have to compete against a biological male. My friend who had to directly compete against him kept saying was that it's not fair. And she's totally.
By the way, so the governor needs to maybe take a little onus, and I mean, not onus, but maybe pay a little attention as to what girls in her state are saying. Girls that compete in athletics, what they're saying.
Right. It's not fair.
As a female athlete, you work really hard for opportunities, and in a way it feels like it's being taken away from you. To watch my female governor, who women worked hard for her to have a position like that, look at us and say, I'm not willing to fight for you. That's hurtful and that's heartbreaking.
You think about at their age, the courage it takes.
Boy, Maine's ripe for the picking right now.
Sure
you could go up
is.
there and be a great governor, man, just by, sticking up for women.
The bravery to stand up and,
the new
be
governor's for
a
you.
voice,
She's for
a
they,
loud
them.
voice in all of this, considering there are adults in the room that will not speak up for them and call for fairness. Maybe this is a sign things are moving in the right direction. Now we can report that track and field will be the first Olympic sport to require DNA testing, gender testing for women. Okay, so Coach, is this promising to have this be happening?
It is. I think these young ladies coming forward, first of all, they're very impressive young ladies. I do want to add one of the ladies that was directly impacted by this. She should have been the state champion and the conference champion. She's come out and done an op-ed piece in the local, or really the main primary newspaper, the Portland Press Herald. And, she got a mix of, positive feedback and negative feedback. And ironically enough, there's a newspaper called the Ellsworth American. And the sports editor for that newspaper came out and said, that she shouldn't be complaining. She should just work harder and quit trashing onto the LGBT and specifically the trans community.
Wow. So there was like a reporter that actually was sticking up for the transitioning people and telling the other girls, the real girls, the biological girls, that you just need to shut up and work harder. It doesn't matter how hard they work. They could work every minute of the day and dedicate every minute of every day to their sport, and they'll never beat that guy. Ever.
Community. But the more people that speak out, and I think more adults need to...
she just got a real bulldog, nasty look. She should lose just on looks. This old bulldogging bitch.
Speak out. That's why I came out. These young ladies need to know that someone's going to be there beside them to help them, to support them. There have been some great rallies here in the state of Maine supporting that. The Riley Gaines.
Will you look up when this woman gets she's up for re-election, the bulldog in Maine governor bitch?
Center is sending up one of their individuals to do some training this Saturday on how to continue the fight in the best, most effective way.
2026.
And, this is...
Next year.
Yes.
Next November. Somebody should roll in there right now, and that's easy pickings.
As most people say, it's an 80-20 rule, or the president, I think, has said it's a 90-10, and it could be. It's really extreme. My parents are on a trip across the country right now. They were in Texas, and when someone heard they were from Maine, they called them aside and said, "Hey, what's going on in Maine?"
Oh,
this is a national issue.
What?
She's termed out.
Oh, good. That's why she's doing outlandish, really, really, really liberal, crazy stuff like this, because she's a lame duck and she can't get thrown out.
That people are on the side of these young ladies.
That is a sign things are happening. And, Coach, you've been a big part of that. And that's why we will continue to keep reporting.
Take political affiliation out of it. If you just do what's right, and that's, a mantra that a lot of people use just in life. Do what's right. Do what's good. Be a good person. Try to better, try to leave things better than you got them. And it's just absolutely a no-brainer that it's not right to let a biological male compete against a biological female in athletics. It's unfathomable. Like, why are we even having this discussion? Right? Like, why are we even having this discussion?
I don't know.
The only way it's going to stop is like what Brian Matroni said, and he's right, is that when you got a track meet and you got 8 lanes full of girls, one of which is a boy who placed, 14th at the male track meet last year, but he's number 1 here in the girls, 100, meter hurdles or 200 meter foot race, and he put some lipstick on and some, duct taped his penis and put a ponytail on. And all of a sudden he identifies as a girl. As soon as they go, okay, runners, get in the starting blocks, ready, go. There's usually 8 lanes in a track meet. All 7 lanes of real biological girls just stand up and walk off the surface, and let that one dude go in. That will completely that will start disrupting this process.
You're 100% right. And what's happened is the climate has changed in America, where it's okay for people to come forward because the president has decreed there are 2 sexes, male and female. The president has decreed by executive order that you can no longer discriminate against women by allowing biological men to take their positions in sports. And so what started as an issue during COVID, where we were all talking like a bunch of 50-year-old men, this is horrible. Now it took Riley Gaines, after she graduated, she couldn't even come out during her tenure at University of Pennsylvania against that dude because she would have been so ostracized and
Leah
canceled.
Thompson or something.
Leah Thomas. And then so when she graduated, she became a huge advocate right at the beginning of the election process. And so now that this has come out, we have parents and we have high school students, and we have them sticking up for themselves, and it's going to take everybody.
But you got you got a governor of a state, the highest ranking lawman, the highest ranking politician of a state, being a horse's ass, not doing what's best for her state, but trying to make such a huge opposition statement to the president. This is all politics. Right. This isn't what's best for anybody. This is, look at me. I got the balls to go against the big bad wolf that you don't agree with, and use my state as leverage to get back to you. That's why she even made an ass out of herself during that, that
banquet. The governor's banquet. And she's on the wrong side of the issue. This is something new also, is now you have coaches.
So you have the coaches, you have the high school athletes, you have the parents, you have the college graduates, and you have the politicians now all aligning for women. That's a beautiful thing. This Maine governor is going against her own constituents, her own parents, her own children, her own females. It's like political suicide if she had another election to go for.
Yeah.
But she doesn't care. She's lame duck, so she's capitulating, Bubba, to the wild, wild left. And this is a losing issue for most people because Seth has a daughter in sports. I have a daughter in sports. We would be mortified if we saw a young boy playing against our children in these sports like basketball and volleyball where they can get injured.
And here's
it's not cool.
And here's the other thing. Let's say little Sammy starts really liking girls basketball. Okay, that's Seth's daughter.
Yep.
Little Sammy, she really starts liking it, and she's kind of getting good. She practices. She goes on the Y. Seth helps her. She's on an organized team. She's getting pretty good. She's really liking it, and she started having some success on it. And next thing you know, next year, here's this boy who is, identifying as a transitioning boy into a girl, and now little Sammy, who was, starting point guard, starting shooting guard, whatever she is not as good at just. We
found it.
Not as good as the boy. And now, if I'm a coach, I'm saying, hey, that boy can be the next Dr. J. I'm setting him.
But you can put this one here.
And I'm playing Sammy because that's what my team is, and that's who play. I'm setting the boy. Well, but there's some coaches that want to win at all costs.
Well, say she's got a scholarship to Berkeley. This is a high school that costs $25,000 for a freshman. And so say Seth's girl gets in as a freshman and she's now got a scholarship and she's playing for the team, and all of a sudden some young transitioning boy comes and takes her slot. Yeah. That's not okay. Say she's number 10 in the state, and all of a sudden a young boy comes and he takes the number 10 slot, and then she loses the 10 slot. That's not cool. Say there's 10 places to get into Ohio State or Florida State or whatever her favorite school is. And she doesn't get in.
I love the transitioning. Controversy. You know why? Because really, honest to God, it's really both parties, blue, red, blue, Republican, Democrat, Republican, they all use common sense on this. And almost everybody, 99.8% of all people think alike on this particular issue.
I think it's 90-10 or 80-20, just depending on.
It's actually an issue that we all agree on, regardless of what your political affiliation is, because it's a no-brainer. We very rarely agree on anything, but this is an absolute no-brainer. This is actually an insult of one's intelligence.
I just think it's going to be continued to look at on a case-to-case basis. I just think it's tough to make it a black and white issue, especially when you look at who's the boxer from Algeria. When she tested a certain way and it was good for one governing body but not for another. But I don't know if there's enough to give them their own league. But I think most people use common sense and not let a biological male compete with biological females.
But here's the deal. What happens if you have a governor that tells that coach, the governor, hey, you may not want Jenny to play, but my law says that she can. I mean, I'm just saying. Anyway, Jay, I don't know how much time we have to go through this, but we're going to post this up on YouTube. This is Jay's infamous closing argument. Was it you said an hour 4?
I think it was a little bit over an hour.
That I wouldn't say won me the MJ case, but it put the cherry on top.
You know what won it? You and then me.
Well,
that's right. And Greg crushing Mark Ober. There was three factors, and he also really got MJ good. It was a real amazing team effort. But at the end of the day, when all that controversy was happening, this closing argument was a very important thing to just seal the deal.
This was the cherry on top. This was the victory lap. And we're going to have it up on our YouTube. God, when was this? 2013,
January 21st, 2013.
Look at you. Look at you, my friend. Looking good.
It's, the first 5 minutes are awesome.
I'm going to run through it real fast just to listen to a little bit of it.
There's 3 parts, so this is just one of the 3
okay.
parts.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Whole thing. Is that saying an hour and
14 minutes.
Oh, that's just 14 minutes.
Parts.
Okay.
There's 3 parts. There's 3 videos.
Okay.
So this one may be your opening or your.
Looks like I'm in the middle of it, getting pissed. He tried to be honest. He tried to be. I think this is when we're talking about your testimony, Bubba. I'm almost positive.
Oh, okay.
Remember when he talked about the 0? How many times did he say? I don't know. I don't recall. I don't remember. 46. How many did Bubba? 0. That went right in my closing argument.
There was 1 fall on one and 2 on the other.
Okay.
And 1 is like 6 gigs. But
Okay.
they're all through alternative servers.
Okay, cool. So we got it.
Yeah,
I can't believe it. That's amazing.
Great job. Roger Mount.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Josh, Tico. Josh, Zook, 73 months. Not sure, Clevelander. USMFP. On your desktop. It's right next to the subscribe. It'll be on your desktop. Is that what it is? Kenny Powers. Disney film. Sarge 311, 71 months. Good morning, Bulldog Tommy.
Sounds like old girls playing with fire with you, Jay. Sounds like old girls playing with fire with you.
Oh, close the door.
I'm gonna send a shoot over 770 today. Give her 10 days. Yeah. That's all. It's hard enough dealing with female athlete mothers, let alone deal with a male female athlete's mother. Could you imagine how difficult that mom would be?
Mm-hmm.
It's already difficult dealing with like an athlete. You know, I got a female athlete, so I'm dealing with all the female athletes' mothers, and there's like this inherent tension between them all. And I don't know if it's just putting a bunch of females together, but they're competitive, and so I can't imagine what the mom of the trans kid would be like, how difficult that person would be like at a tournament. Sense of entitlement. What's up, everybody?
Doc 7. Okay, it's in 37 months.
Yeah.
You got over 1,000.
Oh shit, 21 seconds. What's
wrong,
bud?
Nothing. I was trying to put some eye drops in.
Yes, sir, Tony Peters.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios.
Aquabito.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you need some big stuff, I ain't talking about this little stuff. I'm talking about big stuff. Excavators, pumps, mini skiers, tractors, bulldozers. Alabama, I mean, you talk about an unbelievable amount. I'm talking about Synergy Equipment. SYNERGY equipment.com. Locations in Dothan, Alabama, Clearwater, Doral, Florida, Kissimmee, Orlando, Sarasota, Tampa, Panama City, Lakeland, Fort Myers, Cocoa Beach, Florida, Jacksonville, Ocala, Pompano, Stewart. Then they got places in Georgia, Tennessee, Texas. If you need any information, buy, rent, whatever you need. They got a pump division. SynergyEquipment.com. I don't know if I have a Bubba promo code or not, but that's who we use for our big stuff when I did that big excavating job, Lummy.
Oh, yeah.
I put One-Eyed Billy on that deal. Had Buck working the front end loader. Had the power screen guys out. Kicked ass. This guy was, James Toback was a super,
what is he? I've never seen this guy before.
I heard he was a very successful, you don't often know the names behind big movies and things like that, but I think that this guy was a big time movie producer or investor.
He was a screenwriter and film director.
Yeah. I don't know maybe you can give me some of the big things that he's done, but I know he's done some big things.
The Gambler, 1974.
Which was Kenny Rogers.
You got Black and White, 1999. Two Girls and a Guy, 1998. Nominated for an Oscar for writing the Warren Beatty film Bugsy in 1991.
Yeah, Love and Money.
So he's taking
a lot of 80s.
He did Color of Money?
That's a real one.
Yeah.
Has he taken the last 25 years off, or has he been just conducting sexual misconduct?
He's been doing both. Jury, I've never seen this before. Maybe you have, Jay. Jury awards $1.6 billion to 40 women in James Toback's sexual misconduct lawsuit 7 years after a Times investigation into sexual harassment allegations against filmmaker James Toback. A New York State a jury has awarded $1.68 billion to 40 ladies.
Is it safe to say they'll never see a penny of that?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Jay, I'm not saying I would put you on the James Toback defense, but if you're representing one of these women, do you think that you're legally trying to stop him from selling off and free? Like, are you trying to can you as a lawyer if you got a guy like this that might be in a lot of trouble, can you get his as a lawyer, can you get his assets frozen?
Yes.
Okay. So is that what you would probably first try to do?
But this has been 7 years going on, so he's probably hidden a lot of his stuff, I would suspect. There's a way to protect it in every state. And in Florida, I believe you can put it in your house.
Or gift it.
There's and it's just,
if Danny ever gets in trouble, he said he's just going to gift it all to me.
Not me.
No, he didn't want to implicate you. It's my response. It's my responsibility to triculate it over to you and Steve. Which
minus a finder's fee.
Good luck on finding me. 7. So anyway, He was responsible for a pattern of sexual assault, false imprisonment, and coercion and psychological abuse. Now, here's what I don't understand. It seems like it's a fad now where anybody that was of value, that was a celebrity or had a high value or high worth, that all of a sudden a mass quantity of people come forward and say you did X, Y, and Z all bad. And they come and get you for stuff that happened 10 years ago. Doesn't there come a point where his counsel would say, why didn't you say something when this happened? Why are you just now coming forward? You're saying that you went through so much sexual abuse, so much false imprisonment, coercion, and psychological abuse. Psychological abuse happens instantaneously, and I don't know that psychological abuse gets better with 7 years of having to deal with it. But these big verdicts and these juries all go for it. The jury awarded a total of $280 million. Lummy, will you do me what's he's worth?
Yes.
I mean, maybe we can see. The jury awarded $280 million in compensatory damages and $1.4 billion in punitive damages.
Now, net worth estimated to be $10 million.
All right, so Jay, if you got a guy that's estimated to be worth $10 million, and you got this type of penalty against you, are you virtually uncollectible? Because after he pays his attorneys, there's not a lot left.
Mm-hmm.
And do they put a lien on or garnishment on all future or future earnings, or like how?
Yeah, for an 80-year-old guy. But remember with OJ, they didn't get anything back. Barely peanuts back. They had to steal his book, If I Did It, to get any money back. And the Goldbergs were awarded tens of millions of dollars against him. And, that was only tens. Back then it was huge. I think it was like $30 million or $40 million, which was unheard of. This is $200 million plus a $1.4 billion with a B punitive. It's never getting paid. Never, ever.
The lawsuit filed in 2022 was originally named the Harvard Club of New York City, a private venue for Harvard University alumni, where the suit alleged Toback met several of the women as a defendant. Subsequently, the social club was voluntarily dismissed from the agreement. So there's probably this really exclusive, ultra high-end space in Manhattan called the Harvard Club, and you can only go there if you're a Harvard alumni in good standing or a guest of one, right?
That's what it's looking like.
So the lawsuit was filed under the New York Adult Survivors Act, which in 2022 opened a one-year window allowing survivors of sexual abuse to file civil claims regardless of how long ago the abuse occurred. Wow.
Looks like 400 people came forward.
Yeah. In the months following the Times investigation, nearly 400 women contacted the news organizations with accusations of sexual harassment by him.
Yeah.
By him.
It was casting couch stuff. It was, this is what was going on at the time.
With
Would you
Weinstein.
get naked in a movie for me? Would you do this for me? They say no. There's a bunch of scenarios they have in the article down below where, one said that he met her somewhere and was trying to control her. And it was like, she told him to go F himself. And she didn't have, it was Julianne Moore. There's a bunch of women talking about it. And so it's really perverted and gross. It says Oscar winner Julianne Moore later shared her own story. James Toback approached her in the 80s on Columbus Avenue with the same language, wanted me to audition, come to his apartment. I refused. 1 month later, he did it again with the exact same language. I said, you don't remember? You did this to me. In addition, Today Show host Natalie Morales said she had an experience with Toback akin to Moore's. They basically said that Grey's Anatomy star Ellen Pompeo said that there was a situation where he told
Toback she told him to go F himself because an incident happened in a public place where she met Toback. She brought along a male friend, which said Toback did not appreciate. The minute the male friend left, he asked me if I'd get naked in a movie. And I was like, really, dude? My friend has been missing all of 30 seconds, and now you say that? I kind of laughed in his face.
Well, think about the Weinsteins and all these guys that could literally take a fresh-faced young woman who has not got that acting break and promise them a fairly significant role in a big time movie that could potentially break them out as a star or a legitimate actress.
Mm-hmm.
And this probably, as much as we scratch our head on it, this is probably just the surface of what listen, didn't we have Lummy at one time Hogan call in and say he could have been the next action star had he welcomed the gay sexual advances of a very, very, very well-known studio executive?
Yes.
And he's like, listen, I'm strictly vagina. And the guy said, you'll never work in Hollywood again?
Yes. Yeah, that's what
and
he said.
and Hogan questioned, what had Tom Cruise and Bruce Willis and what did some of these guys have, maybe Tom Cruise and Bruce Willis, on the face of their talent were able to not have to do things, but Hulk Hogan called this very show when we used to get along and said first of all, he appeared at the guy's house 15 minutes late for a movie premiere. And the guy took him aside and said, don't you ever show up late again. And Hogan was like, this was right after Rocky III, Lummy, and he was running hard. And he was like, man, I was always 15 minutes late because I'm Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, and Mr. Nanny and all the big
So the guy
stars.
said, hey, if you hang out with me and we do certain gay stuff, you're like my boy. I'll make you the biggest action star in Hollywood.
I think how susceptible young women were to that.
Yeah.
That don't have the power of Hulk Hogan.
Right.
They're not coming off of Rocky III, and they're not the most recognizable face in the world.
No.
They're just a young, pretty girl, and this guy's saying, hey, will you do the new
And all
scene?
they need,
Sure.
and all they need is just one break. All they need is just one break.
Yeah, girls will do whatever for OnlyFans. I mean, if they're like, okay, well, what do I have to do? I'm going to make it in Hollywood? And it's, it's a power imbalance that's hard to, overcome. And so these girls were, susceptible to it. But at the same time, during this time period, didn't we all know the casting couch existed?
Yeah.
I would have told anyone I knew who was young and being a model somewhere, this is what you're going to be exposed to, and do not allow it to happen.
Or do it.
Just give me 10% as your debt?
No, go ahead and give them oral, get that gig, and become a star.
Nah, I wouldn't.
Cost of doing business. Let me, when we return and end the show, the teacher, Christina Formella, she was one of the ones, I think outside of it was in Wheaton, Illinois. She's one of these teachers.
She was the one that had sex with the BAMP, I guess we can say the R word, but the 62.
No, not when you're talking about a person.
Yeah.
Only when you're talking about
But
the
only about a situation being, man, that situation's retarded, but you can't say, look at that.
Yeah, the 62.
The slow kid.
Yeah, the slow kid.
She was in charge of the slow kids, and she took this slow kid around the farm. Well, she showed up at court yesterday all glammed out, looking pretty damn good. Full makeup, looking good in a buffalo stance.
And with her husband.
With her husband. We'll do that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
I wonder if everyone in Hollywood knew this guy was creepy like Weinstein. I bet they did.
Yeah, probably. That's why he wasn't really doing much at all.
Yeah.
Later on.
Exactly. He probably got away with it in the 70s and 80s. By the 90s, people were keen to that bullshit.
Yeah.
Good morning, I'm gonna call you the police. Whoop, whoop. What's up? We coded. We caught it. Good morning, Lee Thomas Gilson. You know, I don't disagree with you, super bad human. What's up, Jay Bowler? 300, 200 here. Jefferson, what's up? Mitch, Jimmy Flynn. Depo went well.
Okay.
But I didn't know that I had that appointment until just now.
Okay, perfect. I'll bring it up, and then you reiterate that you got pigment.
Yeah. Okay. We had a huge day yesterday. We had, I think there was like 4,200 downloads or something. That's great. So we have a bunch of extra content.
And Liz.
But we can also do it another day, Bubba, if you want.
No, I'd rather do it today.
Okay.
You old biker. What do you ride? Jeff Schwartz. Good morning.
What's up, police? What up, Xerxes?
Nice.
Man, I really
That's
fucking
the
nailed
only way to
that.
roll.
After I fucked it up when I came back.
What was that?
Hey, Jay,
I couldn't say Xerxes.
Yes, sir.
check your email. Make sure you got that email from Masha.
Okay.
You know, just like it took me a while to figure out longer and all that shit, but whew, here I am. The only person's name I can't say is Sarah. Saraf.
Awesome.
I don't fucking know.
Is it rock?
I know. I'm not even a 69 guy. I'm just it was just all I could say without being stupid.
What's up, Kabuki Jones?
What up, Kabuki? What up, Lunger? What's up, Nick? Natural progression. Hugh. What's up, Hugh? I don't ever sleep, Mitch. I'm up multiple times a night, but I actually just took that from a Big Sean lyric. Yeah, I could definitely go up in Bubba's book if I was his buddy that went to the public hangings with him. What up, Bad Jake? $50 for Dan's roof. Let's get that to him. Can you imagine just zelling Dan $50? He's like, what the fuck is this for? If you would ever even notice.
He'd take it.
What up, Jay Bowler? What's up, Bubba Nash? I don't know. I might get kicked out of $199 for some babes. The guest list's getting pretty long. And you can get 4 to 6 bodies up in my area.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Quick announcement, hopefully no hate. Seth's got a quick appointment that he quite frankly, forgot about until Phoebe reminded him about 5 minutes ago.
Yes,
$50.
It's part 3 of a physical that I'm not sure insurance is covering.
Yeah. But he's got to go.
Since they didn't cover the second part.
But he will be back for Operation Pigmentation, but we will not be doing a Clem and Kush today. But he will be back in time for the boys, Craig and Rio. So, sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, I'm sure people.
Seth's health's way more important.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Let me. Christine Formella, accused of molesting a 15-year-old student who was mentally slow.
Yes.
Arrived at the DuPage County Courthouse with her husband on April 14th yesterday. Is she the little number right here?
Yes.
Christina, what happened with the student? Did you rape the student?
Oh.
Why? Help us understand. Anything you want to say?
The husband's pretty big guy.
Did you rape the student?
I mean, she looks pretty steamy, right?
He looks like a tool.
He's a tool.
Who?
The
lawyer?
husband.
That's the lawyer.
Oh, well, he looks like a tool too.
I mean, what are
the lawyer who's the one in the white shirt or whatever?
That was her booking photo.
Yeah.
She's accused of carrying on a month-long affair with a teenage student, which ended up with them having sex in the classroom. She was flanked by her attorney, her college sweetheart husband, who allegedly was kept in the dark about her twisted affair, according to
Shocker.
Shocker.
She didn't tell her husband that she was banging
Honey,
a kid.
I was a little bit late today because I was banging Cork.
Okay,
Corky. She's pleaded formally not guilty during the short hearing on Monday. Her spouse, Michael, sat emotionalist in court as the prosecution went over the charges against his wife and set how, if convicted, she would have to sign up for a sex registry. I wonder how many years she's facing. Oh, let me. This is where, remember when they got her out of the car?
She was shocked.
Yeah, she was shocked.
Christina Formella was a special education teacher at a high school in a Chicago suburb, where she also coached soccer. The 30-year-old married her college sweetheart in August 2024. It was a life that looked picture perfect on
Baseball
paper,
stud?
but she was allegedly hiding a dark secret that would cause it all to come.
Your husband's a baseball stud and you're blasting Cork?
Look at that picture of him.
Here's
He's a
everything you
handsome
need to know
athlete.
about Christina Formella, who allegedly had a twisted relationship with her 15-year-old student, and whose new husband says he was totally left in the dark.
Oh my God.
Prosecutors say the assault happened in a classroom at Downers Grove South back in December of 2023.
Downer Syndrome South.
The alleged victim, 15 years old at the time, and was meeting with the teacher for a tutoring session before school.
Man, why didn't we have these kind of tutoring sessions when I was slow?
Christina began teaching at Downers Grove South High School in 2020 after receiving a teacher's license
That's the kind
in
of special ed you
2017.
wanted.
She then began to volunteer as a soccer coach
yeah.
for both boys and girls beginning in 2021. And in 2024,
Could you
she
stay
married
with her?
Michael Formella.
No.
I guess his family also owns a humongous Italian food company in Chicago. Maybe he doesn't have a prenup.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh, yeah.
She accused the
Fredo.
teen of we both lost. You lost the girl who would have stuck with you through thick and thin, she lamented, and I lost the person I was before I met you. In another entry, Formella allegedly wrote, "We will be in each other's lives forever. We will be able to love each other while also..."
Now, hold on. You married this stud of a college baseball player. His family is affluent, owns this big Italian, whatever. Obviously you're not hurting for money. You look like you're fairly affluent, and you're talking to Cork this way. We're going to be in each other's lives forever. We're going to be able to love each other for a while. I don't understand. Like, what are you not getting at home that Cork's giving you?
Paid administrative leave.
Maybe some of that RD, Lummy, is just unbelievable.
That's right. After her booking, she was released on the condition that she have no contact with anybody under the age of 18 and that she does not enter Downers Grove South High School. The allegations against Ms. Formella are extremely disturbing, DuPage County Attorney Robert Berlin said in a statement. It is alleged that she used her position of trust and authority as a tutor and a coach to sexually assault a minor student. The type of abuse and behavior alleged in this case will not be tolerated. We are devastated and our community is reeling, school principal.
I wonder what she's facing. I mean, you think she's facing prison time? I bet you she is.
Yeah, probably.
Trump was asked about sending American, hardcore Americans, like people that hit each other, hit 80-year-olds in the head with a baseball bat. Not some guy out, stealing a candy bar, or doing something, but hardcore criminals. We just entered into agreement with El Salvador that we'll pay. Like, I think it takes us like $40,000 a year to house an inmate, and El Salvador can do it for about $1,500. And so they're like, man, if you want to pay us like $25,000, we'll take all the criminals you want. And we're like, we can save $15,000 per bad guy that we send down to El Salvador. Let's send the bad guys down there. And if you know anything about El Salvadorian prisons, it's the kind of prison where they don't even let you walk straight. They make you bend at the waist the entire time.
Looking.
And they literally, Lummy, like the beds look like Home Depot racks.
Yeah, they do.
Like
It looks like Squid Games.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you're open to deporting individuals that aren't foreign aliens but are criminals to El Salvador. Does that include potentially U.S. citizens, fully naturalized Americans?
If they're criminals and if they hit people with baseball bats over their head that happen to be 90 years old, and if they rape 87-year-old women in Coney Island, Brooklyn, yeah, that includes them. What, do you think there's a special category of person? They're as bad as anybody that comes in.
Yeah, hell yeah. Send them El Salvador where they make you bend at the waist.
Bastards.
Out of
There's
here.
a little problem called the Constitution, maybe.
Yeah,
on that
there's
one.
this little thing, this document that might get in the way. And there's been some federal judges that say you can't do it. But Donnie don't care.
Nope.
P. Diddy, I didn't do it. He pled not guilty on some new charges. We'll talk about that tomorrow. I'm out of here. Seth is out of here to go finish his third part physical. And then he'll be back with Craig and Rio in Operation Pigmentation. See you later. Have a good day.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.